Natural Samoa water, the taste of nature.
Unwind your busy day with a cup of royalty. Royalty. Complete satisfaction with every sip.
The headline is that India, as expected, did extremely well in some of those lighter divisions. For us, though, there was that intriguing showdown in the women's 53s between Dikatua and Jenly Winnie, and also the showdown between Derrigier and Perkins. We'll talk more about that in just a moment as we wait for the MC to introduce us to our first competitors today. And a big and rapturous welcome out here on this wonderful complex to these lifters. What a thrill for them.
Melissa Otosi. Representing Sri Lanka, Australia, Nisansala.
Otusi there from New Caledonia.
Representing Samoa, Shania.
Hina from Sri Lanka. Well, from Samoa, big cheer.
Representing New Zealand, Ella Rowe.
Rowe from New Zealand. First time we've seen in New Zealand this competition. A well-known name in Solomon Islands weightlifting. That's young Shamira Winnie
From Fiji,
from New Caledonia. Rival.
Representing Vanuatu, Mila Dean.
From Vanuatu.
Final athlete representing Nauru, Takela Ika.
Takela Ika. Ika, of course, a pretty famous name up there in Nauru as well. So there are our B grade lifters in the women's 58 and 63. The crowd is up for it. So are we. Robert, just quickly before we take a short break, because we've got about 10 minutes on the block, let's have a quick review of yesterday. As I said, it was an interesting showdown between Dikatua and Jenly Winnie. That in the women's 53, with the first time ever confrontation between these two great matriarchs of Pacific lifting, and that we saw them yesterday was something to behold. In the end, it was, of course, the Solomons that came away with a 2-kilo win.
Yes, it was a very intriguing battle. As we said, not often do you get two legends of the sport going head-to-head. And it was a very close competition. Obviously, a lot of pride on the line. They're both very experienced lifters, and generally in the end was able to get the job done with the clean and jerk.
And then a very interesting battle as well between Derrigier, the precocious young talent out of Nauru, and also Perkins of Australia as well. That was a battle as well.
Very, very interesting. They exchanged Oceania junior records almost lift by lift. In the end, again, Jabeth Derrigier, due to her, I guess, superior clean and jerk, was able to get the deal done there in that encounter. But Chloe Perkins also showed a lot of guts, because she was obviously experiencing some sort of pain in the hip area or so on, and she certainly showed some guts in getting her final clean and jerk.
Indeed, she did absolutely brilliantly. But here's young Ika then. It's a very young talent out of Nauru, as Quincy Tuanaimato there. And speaking of yesterday's winner, there she is sitting down on the weights on the left-hand side of that picture. That is...
Now I would like to welcome the officials who will be adjudicating the session. Please welcome the officials to the platform.
In prayer. Big Fiji contingent here as well. This is the warm-up room. We're going to be seeing a lot of action down there. Things are getting ready for a day two battle. The Kiwis are getting set. There are two great names of Oceania weightlifting. Toya Pepe, Jerry Warwick there, the man of the moment. And in bottom of picture here, it's Lily Copper coordinating things from out the back. They'll be communicating directly with the front of house, our MCs. They'll be calling the shots in a little while from now as we meet our tournament referees and match officials. Not possible to get things done without these guys. as we acknowledge and the crowd acknowledges their contribution as well. Huge logistical effort goes into getting these games happening, and up in Samoa, things running like clockwork at the moment. We'll just quickly run over the faces of some of our wonderful volunteer referees, judges, and indeed we'll round it off with a good doctor whose dulcet tones you might be hearing on the international feed leaving us here in Samoa as well. He's doubling as the doc and also our would-be international commentator. Okay, we're going to take a break. The clock is counting down on the first round of action in the day 2 of competition at the IBFC Universal Cup here in Samoa. Women's 58 and women's 53 B groups not too far away. Looking forward to bringing you all that action. We'll bring it to you momentarily, but for the moment, from here in Faleata, it is time to take a break.
Mr. Srinivasan, India. Thank you, officials. Competition will start in just 6 minutes, 30 seconds. Just a quick announcement for the teams who are here in the auditorium. The training timetable intended to do now to all the teams. That one got applies from today onwards. And then March is already on the way. If we go to the training choose a time. We don't need to follow the training timetable.
Group qualifying, and Rob Cabas alongside me. Rob, as you were saying in the opening remarks, this really is an insight into the future of weightlifting in women's, because these are some of the younger contenders from our part of the world primarily.
Yep, and it's a nice even spread amongst a number of different teams. So it's not dominated by any one particular country or team, and that's good to see. It's good for the development of the sport in the region.
Here's Team Samoa here. And as we were saying, some of these lifters are very, very young indeed. And looks like Sioa here is going to come out for Samoa and start things out. You wait for the roar of these school kids, because she's only 13 years of age.
She's the youngest competitor in the session.
So what a moment for her. Ella Upolu, of course, the champion weightlifter from Samoa, got that Olympic breakthrough with her. Sapir there as well alongside her. So a couple of the big guns of Samoan weightlifting making sure that she is set to make her international debut. And what a day to do it. Big home crowds. This is the epicenter of weightlifting across the Pacific now, home, of course, to the Oceania Institute. And here she is, 13 years of age. What a moment. Heart must be really jumping out of her chest, Rob.
You would think so, and I think that sort of feeling never goes away, but it's multiplied when you're at such a young age and about to go up on the big stage in an international comp.
Shania Saua here, just about to make her debut. As I said, pretty much a Oceania field here today, so it'll be very, very interesting to see and get some markers and indicators as to where some of these champions of tomorrow are coming from, and we get to see them here today.
Hey, quick it!
42 kilos on the bar. Great debut. They love it here already. Fans go wild. So Samoa away had initially nominated, incidentally, for a 40, come out with a 42, so she must be feeling pretty confident out the back, Rob.
Well, and she handled it pretty well. You can see the slight signs of nerve, which is natural, and then a big sigh of relief there that she was successful with her first attempt. But there was no trouble. She handled it very well. Brought the bar high, no problem.
Shania then, as I said, 13 years of age, and part of this amazing Samoan machine that Jerry Warwick got going here. And now another very young lifter as well, and that's Quincy Tuanaimato as the coach of Nauru, taking his young charge out. This is young Ika.
She's 14, almost exactly 12 months older than Shania, so both very young.
And 45 on the bar for her as well, so she must be and have gone pretty well in warm-up out the back. So Quincy got a set for her international debut as well. .45 away.
Easily handled the power snatch.
So just for those that might be joining us, and the weightlifting competition for the first time, of course, weightlifting, international Olympic weightlifting, made up of the two lifts, the snatch, where basically the lift all the way through in the one movement, clean and jerk, which we'll see in a little while.
Snatch is the more technical movement, so very rarely do you miss a lift because it's too heavy. It's more often than not a breakdown in technique of some sort.
Shania then coming up for her second lift, 45 now. I tell you what, this crowd here is making some serious noise. They realise that this is one of them up there, and they're just loving life. Shania turning it on here.
It's awesome. It's always great to lift in front of a home crowd.
Must be a big thrill. But then this then is the snatch that we're seeing beautifully executed here by this young Samoan star of the future. And also later on, of course, they'll be tested in the clean and jerk, Rob.
Yes, the clean and jerk is a test of both technique and strength. And we always say that the clean and jerk is more forgiving than the snatch, because if you've got it just a little bit out of position or so on, you can correct it. You've got it's a two-stage lift. You bring it to your chest first, and then overhead. So you've got a chance to correct any mistakes that you may have made. But the snatch is over in a split second, and it's much less forgiving. You've got to be right on your game in the snatch.
And once again, you know, this is a real test of some of these young competitors. Never before have they competed in a condition like this. Bright lights, big stadium, lots of sound. This is the young New Caledonian coming out, 15 years of age. Tuzi. Well, Melissa does well as well, so she's there or thereabouts with her opener. That's 47, so for the moment she leads. And good to see the New Caledonians down here in some number. When the Oceania Centre was up there a couple of years ago, there was a huge interest in weightlifting, but they seem to have found their mojo again, Rob, and they're back, and they've got quite a diverse team here as well.
As I said, it's spread right across the whole region, the entrance here, which is very, very encouraging.
So this is the one Asian representative in this basic showdown amongst Oceania lifters here in the women's 58 and 63s this morning, B group. Halhina here, 15 years of age from Sri Lanka. Nice, confident start for her as well. As I was saying, Rob, I mean, you know, the conditions under which these young lifters are being introduced, I mean, they've got to get used to this. And what an amazing induction for them that they're doing it here, particularly for this young girl here on home soil as well. She's got the warmth and the encouragement of the big crowd as we look at this 15-year-old go through a pretty handy snatch.
Very deliberate. Yeah.
Vulikavaki then, from Fiji. Atalina down deep in that squat, but handles it very nicely. Fiji will be happy. Initially nominated for a 45, so she came out with a 47. She must be feeling pretty good as well. Team Fiji in big numbers here as well. So final snatch then, if we just have a quick review.
The first international representing Samoa.
So we've seen a contrast in styles as to how each lifter has approached their first attempt. She went the full depth in her snatch. Others have power snatch. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. The numbers on the board are what tells the story. Whether you power snatch it or you go into your full deep position, it doesn't matter. There's no points for style. At the end of the day, it's what you lift that counts.
Get that weight over your head. So here she is. Final attempt then. She's got 47 on the bar. Going up.
Second attempt.
So a bit of a battle here between the young Fiji lifter and Samoa. Shoshana coming up with a last at 48. Listen to the roar. It's like we're at the Olympic Games. It's just unbelievable here in Faleata this morning. And by the way, if you're not doing anything, once you come down and get amongst the action, it is absolutely brilliant, Samoa, turning it on. Oh, yeah. Not letting them down this morning. They're loving it.
Yeah, love it.
Everybody happy. Big smiles and pats on the back from Team Samoa. So job done. 3 clean snatches from young Shania in front of a rapturous crowd of fellow school kids from Samoa here on day 2 action at this wonderful IBFC Universal Cup. So having watched all that now, young Ike comes out. The from Nauru, and we know that the pictures beaming across the beautiful Pleasant Island, the centre of the Pacific, and warm welcome to you all up there, you weightlifting fans. Pulled the trigger on weightlifting in the Pacific way back in 1990, and here we are today enjoying all of that today here in Samoa. 50 big kilos on the bar for this young Naruan. Second attempt, 50, just down her back. Overcooked it a little bit, Rob, but she had it.
I was just about to say, as she was about to lift, that she was rushing it a little bit. So before she said she was actually still rolling the bar towards her and then started pulling straight away. So it would probably pay her to take just a split second to set a little bit.
Yep. Lukavaki then. Atalina coming out for her second attempt, 50 kilos, Fiji. Wow. Great presence of mind, such maturity for a 15-year-old to sit down there in that squat and hang on with 50 kilos over her head in competition circumstances.
Yeah, very nice lift. And from a very deep position as well. She's got nice technique.
Look at this. She would have, that's an eternity down there with that weight over your head, but she had the presence of mind to control it, got into the groove. Okay, here we go. 50 kilos. Third attempt.
Ika's strong enough, there's no doubt about that, because she power snatched her first attempt. Now she's
just got to roll into it.
Yep.
Once again, just grabs it a little bit. She's got the power, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah. I'm not sure that rolling of the bar is helping her, because the bar is in motion, so it's very hard to control it.
Okay, here's Melissa then. Mutose, New Caledonia. Successful with her first at 47. Here's 51. Nice. Not mucking around either. No. Getting out of that squat real fast and getting that work over her head as quickly as she could. Feeling a little bit more confident as well. That was nice.
I mean, as you said, she didn't waste any time, but at least she takes just that split second to make sure that the bar is in the right place and she's setting in the correct position.
So this young girl going to try and match that 51 that we've just seen Melissa put over her head. Alhina from Sri Lanka, 15 years of age. It was a pretty accomplished first lift of hers as well, so let's see how she goes with the 51.
She's very deliberate, controlled start, and she sits at the bottom.
Yeah, once again, great control, Rob.
Very much like her first attempt, and she seems a very calm, deliberate lifter. So a little bit of a twist there, but she managed to control it. There was no danger of her losing it at any stage.
Riolda there, the Fiji coach, just looking at proceedings. Weights being relayed out the front here. Back of house. Through to the warm-up room out the back. where the lifters are called. So the second of our New Cal lifters, Eval, New Caledonia. .53 on the bar. Powers it up, very strong. 53 done and dusted for Cindy Rival. She's lifting in the heavier category. Remember that we've got two groups going here, the 58s and the women's 63s. Selena then out for her third. This is 53 as well. So she is lifting in the women's 58. Couldn't quite stabilize that time.
Yeah, that's a shame. It'd be nice to see this one from the three-quarter angle. Just to see how she ended up with the bar just too far behind her.
She was looking to control it, wasn't she? She thought she nearly had it there for a moment. So as we were saying, this is the table on which the coaches nominate the weights for their lifters. That information is conveyed to front of house. Lifters are then notified of when in the order of lifts. So Melissa then, Percy from New Caledonia. Some nice lifts already for her at 47.51, and now this is her third at 54. So in this battle of the young 48s and B group, this would put her in the lead in that. Remember, it is B group competition.
So far, she's looked capable, so I think she's got a really good shot of this. And judging by the expression on her face, I would say that's probably personal best.
Yep. And in front of these adoring school kids as well. I mean, because these are essentially school kids here. And I think you're right. I mean, I think the body language gives that away. That's a great 54 for her.
Yep, she was happy with that.
Hina then with her attempt at 54, third. So she's going to have to be content with the 51.
I think it's a fine line between controlling the bar and not letting yourself go at the right stage. So it's okay to control the start, but I think the control went a little bit too far here. She's almost trying to place the bar. At some stage, you've just got to hit it.
Sage words from Mr. Rob Cabas, and I think he should be doing some coaching while he's up here in Samoa as well. But we can't release him from the commentary box too soon. Well, in that little battle then, in the women's B group 58s, it was basically Ortiz that came away with that 54 to take out the knot for the New Caledonians, Rob. So now we settle into a battle of the 63s. We've already seen Cindy Rival here with her first lift, which was a success at 53. So the oldest of the competitors in the field at 33 lets that 58 drop down her back. So as Trenta Buito, who's on MC, is reminding the audience, Rob, she has now 2 minutes in which to collect her thoughts and energies for her third and final attempt.
Yes, normally the lifters would have a 1 minute period from the instant that they're called. They have 1 minute to get the bar moving on the platform. But if you're taking successive attempts, that's taken into account, and you are granted an extra 1 minute to allow you to recover in time to tackle the following attempt. So she wasn't far off with her second attempt.
Getting right into the zone here as well. So I was asking you yesterday, Rob, what's basically going through the mind of the lifter here? They're envisaging the lift, they're seeing it, they're working their way through in their mind's eye about getting it over their head.
Visualization is a common technique for a number of lifters. What you visualize is you completing the lift successfully, but again, it differs from lifter to lifter.
And the crowd love it. They really do, these kids. They're experts in weightlifting.
So whatever she was visualizing, it did the trick.
It did indeed. So she's completed. Tuanaimato is coming out from Fiji next. Here's the young New Zealander as well. This is Ella Rowe. She's nominated at 65. We'll see whether she comes out in a moment because, yes, indeed. She's gone 69, in fact, so there's a little bit of movement out on that back table, Rob. Rowe had initially nominated a 65, and she's come out with a 69. So we're moving into the women's 63 category here now. Remember, they combined two groups today, B sessions. And we're definitely looking at a talent of the future here.
Yes, Ella's also a junior athlete, 18 years of age.
So although in the B category, if she hits some big numbers here, of course, it means that she can move up onto the podium later on this evening when the A group get cracking. Let's see how she goes with her opener. This is 69, New Zealand. Wow, not mucking around either. She got that straight over her head. She wasn't going to muck around out there on that platform.
No, not at all. Maybe a little bit rushed, but certainly looked strong and fast enough.
Not quite down into the full squat either. She was up and out of there. So here's a famous name, niece of Genly. I think that's Mary Lipu who's looking after her from Solomon Islands, who of course was a very handy lifter in the day as well at Oceania and Commonwealth level. In fact, I think she picked up a silver medal at the Pacific Games, gold in 2019 as well, and represented Solomon Islands at the Olympic Games. So this young lifter, Shamira Winnie, in very good hands. 70 kilos to get her competition underway. Wow. Straight down to work as well.
No problem at all.
Upolu then. First attempt. Tell you what, Henry Elder and Della Shaw have really got a thing going on in Fiji with this young crew that they've got coming through. I mean, they're really sowing the seeds here. And this young lifter is just one of this big squad from Fiji. 70 kilos, first attempt. Likes that. So does the crowd. Pretty pumped.
Certainly fired up, and I think a bit of relief there as well.
Well, I'll tell you what, there would be, because, I mean, she was down for a 65 start to come out and do, put another 5 kilos on it in the off the warm-up room. Wow, it's atmospheric here, I tell you what. It really is, with these kids in the crowd. It is just... delight to be here. It's absolutely fantastic. I saw the Chinese yesterday, Rob. I mean, they had a great win as well.
Yes.
In one of the women's divisions. But the Chinese that were in support, I think their jaws were dropping to the ground. They had never seen a weightlifting competition with that much atmosphere as well. I mean, they were taking pictures and videos and loving life. They came away with a gold medal, of course, through you.
Yep.
But boy, they had a great day out.
They certainly did.
Here's Ella Rowe then, second attempt. She's gone to 72 now. So let's just see how quick she handles this one.
The first one was a little bit rushed, so...
she probably feeling a bit more relaxed. She can be a little bit more deliberate if she wants to this second time. Let's see what she's got.
Yep.
Well, again, not mucking around.
No. I guess there's a difference between just getting down to business and actually rushing the bar where the pull may not be as long as you like, or you may get it in the wrong position.
Yeah.
But that was definitely a much better lift and very businesslike.
So our first look at Mila Din here, Vanuatu. Well, she'll like that, 73. She's off to a good start. The elder with the smelling salts.
We normally used to save those for the clean and jerk, where you start to feel just that a little bit tired and lightheaded, and the smelling salts did the work. Sometimes in the snatch, the adrenaline is running already, you're still fresh, so you leave that for the clean and jerk.
Nice. She's happy about that. Says Henry Elder.
I was wondering whether there might be something there, and often it's something that's seen by the central referee and not the others. You can see just that little bit of a slight unlock with her right arm, which will be more visible to the chief referee than the judges on the side.
Rob, you're so tough.
I'm not at all. I mean, all the guys that I've coached will know that I'm not that tough. But when it comes to judging, but
these are apprentice weightlifters. All right. Well, there's a very famous face from yesterday. Looking after her niece here. Here comes Shimara Winnie. Mary Lifu there as well. Boy, what a combination of coaching staff in the corner of this young lady. Well, she's destined to do something big. Surely Shamira over the next couple of years, keep an eye out on her, because here's her 75 now, second attempt. But Mary Lifu in her corner, and also Jenny Winnie from last night winning out in that battle with Dikatua. Let's see how her niece goes here now. 75. Oh! Just clutched out a little bit, didn't she? She had it there. It was there for the taking. Some sage words needed now.
The thing is, she didn't do much wrong. So the bar was just in that position where she just couldn't control it. Now she has to be mindful for her next attempt not to overcorrect. So as we often say, once you've missed the lift or got it, it doesn't matter. That lift is gone. There's no point trying to base what you're going to do next on what you've done before. You always have an idea in your head, this is the correct way to lift, and you aim to do that all the time. So automatically, you will correct any mistakes that you made. But if you focus on, okay, I lost that one behind, so I've got to be careful of that. Often what happens is you overcorrect, and then the next lift, you end up catching it too far in front.
And Richard Lolo there looking after her young lifter. Mila Din coming out. Well, we've seen a little bit more of Edja later in the competition. She's a lifter in her own right, of course. Olympian as well. So some pretty solid tutoring going on out the back here. Okay, 76 for Team Vanuatu. Nice. There's a little bit of movement there, but coming out of the squat, she was able to get that sort of velocity change happening, and I think able to control it in that upward movement, Rob.
Yeah, she's got it happening here in the snatch, first and second attempts.
That's where she was vulnerable, but then just drives up against it.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah. Well done.
I think she was pretty happy about that, so that's probably a pretty...
Yeah, her confidence is up, so...
Yeah, I reckon in
looking
competition.
good for the next one.
Okay, so here's Ella Rowe. Again, big signs of weightlifting development happening in New Zealand as well. 69.72s. Let's see whether she can keep it clean here for her third in the snatch. And she can. That's nice. So Team New Zealand travelling pretty well here, and a big smile as well. So I think she's pretty happy with that. And under competition circumstances, we're saying these kids haven't seen anything like this in their lives before.
She's done really well because her routine, her approach, whatever she was doing is consistent, and that's the thing that you need.
Yeah.
Especially if you're lifting in a different environment. The only thing you can relate to or stick to is your routine. So it would make the environment feel a bit more familiar to you if you follow the routine that you always have.
Well, let's see if her auntie has had an impact on this. Well, that's it. Much better received position this time.
And that was a lift that she needed, because she missed on 75 on her second attempt, and had she missed here again, she would have been giving a large lead to the other competitors. She would be 6 kilos down, but now she's back right in the mix.
So just to put a nose in front of the competition with 77, this young athlete from Fiji. (16 years of age). Looked good at 70 and the 74. Here's 77. Gonna nudge her ahead of the rest of the competition in this B group. 63s if she gets it. I reckon that was a concentration issue, Rob. Did you see that sort of slight hesitation?
I think she had it there, and,
Yeah, so do I.
and whereas on her second attempt she had that slight unlocking of the elbows, that wasn't done. That wasn't here. I mean, it was a clean lift all the way up to here, and she almost had it, but you can see she's on her toes, so it's very hard to control the bar if your feet are not flat on the platform.
Well, Din here, Mila Din, she also has been lifting nice and consistently. And this will see out the last of the snatches, so she's got a chance just to sort of squeak ahead of the rest of the crew with a 79. Just eluding her as well, so she'll have to be content with her 76.
Very close.
So at the end of that phase in the women's 63, it's Rowe, Winnie, and Din, all with their 76s. And what happened here, Rob?
I think, again, as I said, it would be handy to have a look at that three-quarter vision.
Yeah.
So it's either a swing of the bar, or she herself moved her body back, so you end up with the bar just a bit too far behind you to be able to control it and stand up. So we've all been in a similar situation where in one particular competition I had the bar overhead and I was sitting comfortably, but it was just like on a razor's edge, and I knew as soon as I moved there was a danger I would lose it, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
It's sort of like you're transfixed there, and any slight movement would
Disrupts
push
it.
the bar. Yeah.
There's the conclusion then of these two groups, but the headline out of it in the women's 58B and 63Bs is that Ortuzi from New Caledonia, for the moment, leads the women's 58, and there's a couple of them, all have successfully lifted 76s. That's Rowe, Winnie, and Din. So a bit of an Oceania battle here with the Sri Lankan thrown into the mix as well. We're going to take a little bit of a break as the women prepare for the next session. Before we do, perhaps a mention of the wonderful sponsors here who make all this possible. IBFC, of course, the finance company, naming rights sponsor here at the Universal Cup. We thank them very much indeed. Vodafone, keeping our telecommunications alive. NBS Samoa as well. If you need some local assistance, NBS are there for you. Samoa Tourism Authority. What a beautiful location. What a destination. Samoa Tourism, thank you. Waima Breweries as well, keeping us refreshed at the end of these long days. And the Samoa National Olympic Committee. Goodness gracious, hats off to you. We salute you all at the National Olympic Committee. The work you're doing here in Samoa, we thank you very much indeed. And of course, the local weightlifting federation as well. We thank you all very much indeed. We're going to take a little bit of a break here. Faleata coming alive. The kids are in action out on the platforms. We've got the clean and jerks to come in the two categories. The women's 58 and 63Bs. We're going to take a bit of a break. There'll be a lot more to come after this.
Ya tatoa
In the Pacific at the moment, all eyes are on it because we're in the midst of day 2 action. IBFC Universal Cup Samoa 2026. Absolutely brilliant that you can join us. And wonderful scenes here from way above this incredible facility. Day 2 action. We're in the midst of the women's combined teams. It's a 58B and the women's 63B. Rob Cabas alongside me. Rob, that was a pretty interesting opening stanza in this young group.
It was indeed, especially having a hometown lift to compete. The atmosphere was fantastic. I've always said that the best feeling is when you're the hometown competitor and the whole crowd gets behind you, and it was awesome. It was great to see. And also the fact that the competition is fairly close also adds interest to the whole thing. So the current leader in the 58 kilogram category, Ortuzi of New Caledonia, she's on 54, but just behind her are the others with 51, 50 and 48. So they're tightly bunched. That always makes it interesting. It's even closer in the 63 group with the top three all on 76 kilogram in the snatch, and just behind them you've got 74. So it makes for a very interesting competition in the clean and jerk.
Welcome
Indeed.
back. We're
These
ready to
are
start
B
the
category, of course, so we're looking at some of the juniors who we'll probably see in coming years, of course, do their thing up on the big platforms and national representative duties as well. But a wonderful introduction to the sport at this level for them. And here's the young Samoan who set the school kids alight, about to come out on stage. Here she is, out onto the platform. The place here, Faleata, full of kids, school kids from around the region, and they absolutely roaring home. This young school-age Shania as well, who comes out to commence the clean and jerk. This in the women's 58 category. First attempt, 50 kilos. Wow, lots of speed underneath that. Didn't hang around in a squat for long either. And the kids love it.
Yeah. Very strong lift, easily done. But you can see the nerves are still there, because initially, when she set to start to lift, she placed her hands on the snatch grip. And then she realized, oh, hang on, this is the clean and jerk. So she's still young, you know. It's understandable, but she corrected herself, and there was no problem at all with the lift.
Lifting in the women's 63, another very young competitor, only 14 years of age, Tuanaimato out of Nauru. She also has got 50 on the bar for her opener. Gets the job done. Slightly different technique. Bob, in slow-mo, just have a look at this adjustment as well once she comes out of that squat position. See what you think here. There's a grip change. Recommended.
So far, okay. I think what happens is a lot of the lifters, when they catch the bar on their chest, they're catching it on their fingertips, and they don't feel that that's a stable grip before they start the jerk, so they just adjust it and grab the bar with a full grip. So I think that's what she was doing. What happens in that case, it almost always ends up a slightly wider grip, which is not a problem in the jerk. Quite a lot of lifters these days will do that intentionally, and some will widen their grip to almost the width of the snatch in the jerk. They feel it gives them an advantage in that you don't have to drive the bar as high. You've got a shorter distance to cover, and it also helps you to lock out your elbows.
Lifters follow.
It's a good shot there, Quincy, here, the Nauruan coach, just taking you through some of the fundamentals.
The only problem with the grip change is when it happens in the actual pulling motion. And I've seen some lifters, actually one of them has just won the European Championships in the women's, where as she's pulling the bar, she lets go of it and her grip narrows in the snatch. But works for her.
Listen to the roar that this young lifter Shania gets as she steps out here onto the platform for a second attempt. And coaching staff look on anxiously with 55 on the bar. Wow, once again, nowhere near a deep squat. Oh boy, I tell you what, at assembly later on this week, her young fans are absolutely delirious.
It's definitely setting the place alight, and it's great that she's so far succeeded with every attempt, because you get that great reaction from the crowd. So she's doing her job.
She definitely is. Okay, so she's got a little bit of a battle. So as we were saying, Ike here is in the slightly heavier category. This is the 63s for the 14-year-old. warm applause from a very generous audience here. It's a 2-1 lift. She gets it.
Again, those very small unlocking or press outs are often spotted, as I said, by the chief referee. So it's the same in the snatch and possibly the same here because it was the center referee that once again gave it that red light. You could see in slow motion, I'm not sure that it was there as a reason for turning the lift down, because even in slow motion it looked okay, but it was obviously there for the center referee.
So we're going to see Melissa Otosi come out here from New Caledonia, leading at the end of the snatch in her group, the 58s. 15 years of age.
I think she originally nominated a starting weight of 63, but you're allowed 2 changes from your initial entry weight. So her coach has decided to play a little bit safe, and they've come down 3 kilograms from what was intended.
I wonder why that is. I mean, she has a comfortable lead over the rest of the group at the end of the snatch. I suppose she can consolidate and just play around with that 4 kilo buffer.
Exactly. Sometimes that's the reason to play a little bit safe, because you already have the lead. Watch her elbows. Her right elbow is positioned much higher than the left.
Suggesting what? Just a quirk?
It's just a quirk, yeah, and whether it's something that needs to be worked on, because often that can lead to a press out or unlocking of that particular arm.
Here's Atalina then, Fiji. Fulikavaki, 60 kilos. Well, that's interesting. She was initially nominating a 55, and she's come out and started with a 60 as well. So she's matching the New Caledonian for the moment.
That's normally the pattern that you would, if you're going to change the weight, it often happens that you go up rather than down for a number of reasons. One of them, obviously, also, sometimes it tends to affect the lifter's confidence in that the coach has brought down their starting attempt, so they start to think, has the coach spotted something? Am I not looking strong enough? So obviously in a situation like that, the coach will talk it through first with the athlete and give them his or her reason as to why they're starting lighter. There could be a strategy or something like that, and then that would alleviate any doubts that the lifter would have in their own ability.
So here's Ika then, looking a bit stronger in the clean and jerk, as is the tradition in Nauru in weightlifting. She got that one snatch away at 45 and then had trouble at 50, but here she is. She's done the 50, then a 55, and now 60 for a third attempt. Oh yeah, crowd endorsed that lift. Judges also, so that's good. Nice finish for her. So 3 straight clean and jerks, but again a little bit of a stumble in the snatch for earlier on, and once again just maybe makes the point, Rob, that in the Pacific it's clean and jerk that is the preferred lift.
Predominantly, yes, that's correct. Although the ratio, I guess, is starting to align a little bit more than it used to, let's say 10 years ago or something like that. We've seen some very good snatching by some of the lifters here.
Ella Apolonge sends her charge out onto the platform. 61 kilos. This is a big jump. 6 kilos on what she did in the second attempt. She thrills the crowd here. Superb there as well. And Eliopa Longe thrilled. Wow, good effort.
Once again, the centre referee has spotted something. If we have a look at the replay here,
Did she get it?
I thought she got it by majority decision. So it look. To be fair, it looks like a little bit of a press out there, but maybe
Them's the breaks.
maybe the judges got swayed by the crowd. No, I don't think so.
Okay, so Fortusi here, Melissa had that nice little break over the rest of the comp in the women's 58s early on. She came out and went for that slightly conservative 60 open, now to the 63.
Her elbows are much more aligned this time.
Does the work. Again.
Oh, that's a bit rough. I mean, she's got the lift. I didn't see anything wrong with this one.
She's got to have a look in slow-mo.
No.
Maybe a slight suggestion on the right, but I mean, really, it's...
No. Yeah, that looks okay to me.
Yep. Selena Vulikavaki, then out she comes. This is her second attempt, 63. Matching the New Caledonian with this. Got some work to do, though, to make up after the snatch rounds. Reckon she's going to get that. She looks around anxiously, and there's a 2-1 against.
That was one of those lifts where you hate being a referee. It really tests you because...
Check it out.
Because, you know, there was something there that looks awkward, but did she press it out? Yeah, she did.
Yeah, it's that right, isn't
there,
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is so subtle, but it is there, that slight press out. Just a reminder for those that might be new to the sport, there'd be no unlocking of those elbows at all. That flex movement is a no-no as far as the judges are concerned, and if there's any suspicion of it, red light. So we'll wait on young Angelina, who will come out and follow herself at 63, unless Henry Elder is going to go bold and knock her up a kilo or two. He's a very aggressive coach from time to time. He's going to set her at 63. He must be right on the limit then here. Remember, she came up off of her opening and took that first 60 as well, so she's certainly on the threshold.
And it's no advantage to her as far as the competition goes. If she takes a heavier weight, she would have to go much heavier than that. So
Handy off the platform now.
that's better.
Better, but technically, if you're going to get really technical, but no, good on her. Wonderful. So 63, she can bank that for her 110 total. Excuse me, that's a 113 total.
Yep, correct.
Interestingly, we haven't seen the Sri Lankan come out yet, have we?
No.
Sorelli.
And she was listed to start on 55, so...
Well, speak of Speaking of her, here she is at 64, so she's, yeah, trying to come out here and make amends for the snatch, perhaps. That's nice. So with that 64, she now just nominally moves ahead of the New Caledonian. Or does she?
Not yet.
Not yet. She's 2 down on the New Caledonian, so she's got a couple more lifts to go, and she's chasing the New Caledonian for bragging rights in the women's 58s. But on that form, I reckon she could be a chance.
She could be a chance.
So this is critical then for this young New Caledonian lifter. Did well in the snatch, got the break on the rest of the field. She's got the Sri Lankan with 2 lifts to come. She had this one. She was tested at 63. She's going 66. To see off the Sri Lankan, she's got to get this because she knows the Sri Lankan's got 2 over her. She wants to get it. And I think she can feel the weight of this lift on her. Again, fantastic training and experience for her. Competition tournament. Leading by 2. Could consolidate that. So far, so good. That was a lot. She gave it everything she could.
She certainly did.
But the 66 beyond her. So she'll have to be content with a 117. She's got 2 over the Sri Lankan. But Asarelli, the Sri Lankan, has got 2 to come, and she looks strong.
Yeah, she needs, this Sri Lanka needs 67 for a 118 total to go past her.
Yeah. Well, here she comes now. So she's seen Melissa, the New Caledonian, put that down. And this well-credentialed Sri Lankan team is cranking up the pressure here in the women's 58s. 67. On the bar. There's a slight suggestion, but I reckon that's going to be good enough for the 67. Yes, she gets the lights. Good lift by her. So New Caledonia under all sorts of pressure now. In fact, the Sri Lankan with that, as you say, Rob, moves ahead by 1.
Yep, that's done it.
Task complete. Okay, this is Cindy Herval here from New Caledonia.
And the Sri Lankan still has 1 more attempt.
She does.
The pressure is off
Absolutely.
to a certain extent, and now she can go for it.
This is PBs in competition or whatever she wants it to be. It's getting some fresh air outside. It's an interesting move. Really tucked her into that belt as well.
That's a major operation, isn't it, putting on that belt?
Yeah. You'd think it's a little constricting. Maybe they're protecting something with the lower back. What do you think?
I think she's got a very small waist, so it's not a problem. And it looks like a brand new belt, which also, so it's probably a little bit stiff.
So she leads the competition in this lighter women's B group 58s by 1. And this will consolidate her 1 kilo lead in the clean and jerk and totals. Well, did enough with the 67. Val will be next. But just having a quick look at this. Comes off the platform all right. Never under it, really.
No, it's not driven high enough.
Okay, oldest competitor in the field. 33 years of age. She likes it.
I don't think the centre referee will like it.
You're absolutely right. Boy, you're pathetic, Rob.
I probably agree with the centre referee on this one. Let's have a look. Yeah. It was very fast. I think that's what saved her from getting more red lights. It's there, but it was very fast.
Seen out the back then, and we're into the final stanza of this opening session here today. Day 2 action at the IBFC Universal Cup 2026 in Samoa. Things just quietening down now as we move into these final few lifts, and the women's 63 group still alive. B category, of course. We'll see the A categories later on in the competition. And a lot in store for us later on today, because at just on 12 noon, maybe just a little bit later, Morea Baru of PNG will be in action in the men's 65s. There's some great women's A category 58s later on today as well. We'll see them around about 2:30. And then tonight in the evening session should be absolutely fantastic. We've got John Tappy going, Oceania champ in the men's 71s. And I think that'll be a fitting end to another great day of weightlifting here in Samoa. I'm sure the Samoan fans will be loving life. Let's see if this 33-year-old can make the necessary corrections and come away with a nice clean lift. Her second attempt at 76. Really pushing the envelope here, I reckon. This will be a thorough examination. Wow.
Oh, much better.
Very nice.
Much better.
Boy, oh boy, did she make the correction. That was good. And she got the 3 white lights. Super adjustment, Rob.
Yeah. She did well there.
Boy. Aggressive under that bar and so fast again. Really nice velocity here. She launches upwards, gets in underneath it very well, locks it out.
Yeah. A much better drive, more effort in the leg drive, which is what the jerk is all about. The the arms don't come into it at all, really. The legs drive it as high as you can, and then you drop underneath the bar just to lock it out. So there's no pressing or use of arm muscles at all in it.
Yeah. That receive position, the all-important receive position.
Yeah. So it's something to be wary of. You've got to go 100% on every single one of your attempts. And I'm sure athletes try and do that, but sometimes they're thinking of the lift ahead or just a slight break in concentration, and the drive is not hard enough. And she could have easily not been awarded that first attempt, and all of a sudden you've wasted an attempt. You've got to try and do the 70 again, or you've got to roll the dice and go up anyway, which would be a shame, because as we saw with that 76, she was more than capable of doing it. So good luck to her in this instance. She hasn't wasted an attempt, and she's done her job with the second attempt. So now she's got a real chance with this 78 on her third.
Team Solomon's getting set, bringing out the big guns. Well, going a big 80. So this is a test in competition. Well, she looked good with a 76, so
She did.
but putting another 4 on it. Gee, the crowd wanted to do that. She did as well, but forlornly, she waves it off and bids farewell to us here in Samoa. Cindy Rival then putting the 80 back onto the platform.
I think she was in trouble from early on. The pull was not very high. Her arms came into it a little bit early, so she caught it in an awkward position. And unless you've got super leg strength, then the odds are against you in getting out of that bottom position.
Okay, Shimara Winnie then. Mary Lifu there. Her auntie is alongside her. There is Jenley. Fresh from that battle with Dika Tour last night. This is the big hope for Solomon's women's weightlifting.
The next few attempts will be really interesting now. It's a tight competition. First 3 on 76 and fourth place is 74. So it would be really tight. Every lift will count here.
And this is one of our co-leaders here.
Easy enough.
Well, that's a nice settler for her. So 90 in the bag. Upolu.
So she's trying to stay in touch with the leading group. She was initially meant to start on 85 kilograms, or that was the weight nominated for her first attempt. She moved that up to 90.
Which is pretty prodigious, really.
So it's an effort to still stay in touch with the leaders and have a shot as the dust settles.
Wow, that's nice. Like it.
Good lift. Not particularly easy, but as we said, she's moved the weight up a little bit to try and keep in touch with the leaders.
And a row then from New Zealand. He also was one of the lifters with those 76s at the end of a snatch. So she's coming up with a 93 to edge ahead of the rest of the competition then with this.
So she's strong overhead. She's got a very good lockout. And you can see strong delts there. Good development in the upper body.
Competing in the senior and junior categories here.
She's 18 years old. So
yeah, women's 63. See the Solomon's coaches in the background. They're just having a quick look at that table and looking what the other lifters are nominating. Well, this young lady has stepped it up already with her first lift. Reckon she's getting pretty close to her thresholds here at 94. This will be big in competition for her. Let's see whether this young crowd can carry this young Fijian competing in the youth, the junior and the senior comps here today. Wow. Push, push, push. I reckon her coach will be pretty happy with that. Fiji contingent up. And so too the judges. 3 white lights, 94. Boy, oh boy. I reckon she's going hard out here. I don't think she's done that in comp before.
not really easy at any stage of the lift, but she kept her concentration, kept fighting, and was duly rewarded.
Steady enough at the end to get the white lights. So Din then, Vanuatu with 95. Also one of the co-leaders at the end of the snatch. Nominated 95 and is coming out to do it. So consolidation lift here for her. Good work.
Oh. Good lift. Well, that gives her a clear lead because now that she's established her total, the lift is following her will have to lift 1 kilo more than she has in order to regain the lead.
She's got that 171 at the moment. Okay, so Vanuatu doing some good work here. Winnie now chasing her with a 95.
So it looks like they're, with Winnie, they're just looking at what she can lift, chasing personal best perhaps, because this will tie in but still leave her in second place. Oh,
So opens up the possibility. Wonder what the New Zealanders are thinking about this as well out the back. They've got Ella Rowe out there as well. But what happened here?
that was not a good miss. It's one of those ones that worries the coaches. She had it locked out, but then unlocked very awkwardly. So whether it was just slightly out of position or just a slight break of concentration, I'm not sure. But it's certainly not a good looking miss from your coach's point of view.
So here's her auntie giving her a little bit of a chat. What's she saying, do you reckon, Rob? You've got the strength, you've got the power. Just concentrate on the science of getting the bar up over your head.
Yeah, I think at this stage you're not going to learn technique during a competition. So what you're trying to do is just build the lifter's confidence and maybe try and highlight maybe one thing that they could do to maintain good technique or to help them get the lift. Any more than that, and the lifter is just not able to absorb it. So your priority, especially in the clean and jerk, is to build up their confidence, get them to ignore the fatigue that no doubt that they're feeling, and the fact that they're attempting heavy weights. They know that it's a heavy weight as soon as they attempt.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, they've left the 95 behind because they've gone on to Ella Rowe now, the New Zealander, with her second effort here at 97. So she's taken a big jump. She's been seeing the action around her and knows with this she could be a worry for the others. But she too is right on the limit. So I wonder whether Winnie's going to come out and have a crack at a 97.
Well, that's what she needs to do. I think they were trying to buy some time as well to give her time to recover. And when you were saying, do you know what the coach is saying to her at the time? To me, it seemed at one stage that she was suggesting to her that, look, to get the lead, you're going to need more than this. Now, are you confident? Is that what you want? And she was nodding, so she was up for it.
Yep.
So I think that was also part of the conversation, explaining what the strategy is. Okay, you missed that one. It didn't look too heavy. Maybe it was just a break in concentration. But if we're looking at getting the lead, then we need more weight than this. Not a lot more. So are you up for it? And she obviously said, yeah.
Well, I think this young lifter as well is going above and beyond at the moment. Tuanaimato in the biggest tournament of her career to date. She's got 97 on the bar here for Fiji. And she too warmly welcomed out onto the platform by this enthusiastic crowd here. 97 kilos. Did the 90.
Still put her in second place.
Yeah, 90 and the 94. So 94 is her best. And that 168 total for her.
So for the time being, she's in third place.
Just a very big weight for her here.
Yeah.
She started high, tried to max it out, but just not there today for her. So talking about maxing it out onto the platform as we watch the slow-mo here is Winnie with 97. So a bit of a throw of the dice here by the Solomons team. Oh, once again, just gets it a little bit sideways. So
that was closer. Yeah, that was closer than her previous attempt because she maintained her lock on the bar. But as you pointed out, she was unbalanced sideways.
So that for her is a 166 total.
Definitely too much weight on one side.
Okay, watching this and seeing that battle unfold. Ella Rowe comes out for her second attack on this weight of 97.
Which would put her in the lead for the time being. Good job.
Good lifting. Good clutch lift by her. That's nice.
Well, we said during her previous list that she is strong overhead, and she showed it again because that clean was by no means easy. But she was confident. She just took a little bit of time to set and drove it overhead, not with ease, but very, very solid. Well done. So she's in the lead for the time being.
Indeed, by 2, which is interesting. Second attempt, Din. Vanuatu, 98.
So that will give her the lead.
By 1, if she's successful with this.
Yep.
Not for the moment. She's got 1 to go.
And if you remember, she attracted 1 red light on her first attempt, so overhead is probably not her strength. Also, if you're watching the slow motion on the clean, it doesn't make it any easier getting out of that bottom position because she's rocking back on her heels and her toes are up. Well, you didn't see the slow motion to the clean, but that's what happens. So it does make it any easier.
So last lift then in this women's B competition, and it's down to this young Vanuatu lifter. It's Simon Kent, isn't it? The New Zealand lift coach?
Looks like it.
Yeah. So a few words of wisdom. There's a pretty heavy connection between the Vanuatu crew and New Zealand. So final lift in this women's category, 63s, it comes down to this. She's trailing by 2 at the moment, Ella Rowe. If she gets this, she beats the New Zealander by 1.
It's one of those opportunities that you look for as an athlete. It's like kicking a goal after the siren or scoring a 6 on the last delivery to win the match. And same thing again, it comes down to your last lift, and this is what you need to win.
So yes, I'm sure all her young career she's been visualizing this very moment. For Vanuatu then, Mila Din with the last lift in this women's 63 Group B category to edge 1 kilo ahead of the New Zealander and take bragging rights.
It's a better clean.
Drives her into the ground.
Yeah.
So the young junior and senior lifter here from Vanuatu conceding to the New Zealander, failing by just 2 kilos So it's a good win in the end to Ella Rowe in that women's 63 category. 58s as well, of course. Went to Malahina with her 118. As we see that bar clatter to the platform. So therein lies the tale for Vanuatu. A final look at the scoreboard here in this opening stanza of day 2 of competition at the IBFC Universal Cup. We're going to wrap it up for the time being because not too far away, scheduled for noon in about 50 minutes from now, Morea Baru of Papua New Guinea, the 35-year-old, will come out and strut his stuff in the men's 65. See whether he can go hard out with the rest of the crew. But it's thanks to our sponsors, IBFC, Finance, Vodafone, NBS Samoa, Samoa Tourism Authority, Iama Brewers, and also, of course, the mighty Samoa National Olympic Committee. We salute you all. Our wonderful sponsors means that we can bring you these wonderful pictures on TV1. We're at the Faleata Sports Complex. We're deep into day 2 of competition at the IBFC Universal Cup. We'll be back momentarily with action in the men's 65. Don't go away. Happen to be seeing these pictures. Great to have your company. Samoa IBFC Universal Cup competition deep into day 2 action. We've got the men's 65 in just a moment, and we've got the great Fijian going to be strutting his stuff up against some pretty handy competition from Asia. My name's Brendan Telford. Alongside me is Olympian and Commonwealth champ Rob Cabas. Rob, this is going to be a division, a category to savour.
Absolutely. It's when you look at the entry list, it's world class. And also keeping in mind the Commonwealth Games coming up. We'll keep an eye on the Commonwealth Games rankings as they stand at the moment. You've got to be placed in the top 8 to have any chance of being selected. At the moment, Baru is in 3rd place with 292.
And let's just have a quick look at what we're seeing here as well. You can see that the B categories have run through already. They're appearing at the bottom part of this. And again, if they score well, I mean, they can basically elevate themselves up this competition ladder. But you can see the 10 just about to get underway in the men's 65A. Sorry to interrupt there, Rob. But
no, that's fine, because also looking at the Commonwealth rankings as they stand at the moment, and those rankings are based on totals established in recognised competitions. There are a number of competitions where you can qualify for the Commonwealth Games, and Patrice from Palau there, he's 242, equals the current 8th place. So he'll be well in the running, depending, of course, on what happens in this competition here.
Indeed. So there's Lily Copper just laying down the law a little bit to some of our competitors and coaches. The all-important nomination table out the back. This is where the coaches are going to nominate the weights for their lifters. As we get underway here in the men's 65, it's going to be an absolute classic because we've got this 35-year-old perennial champion out of Papua New Guinea. The great man, of course, himself, Morea Baru. But I tell you what, he's got some work cut out today as well, because we've got Agad from the Philippines. He's going to be a little bit of a handful. Baru, of course, got a 270 entry as well. Agad alongside him at 270. But at 295 is Pessi out of India. So it's going to be an absolute fun fight out here. We're looking forward to it. Faleata beginning to fill up. The kids are in. Trent Upolu there in bottom of the picture. You could see him calling out the competitors, and this is 65. Here's the Naruan.
Representing Philippines, Fernando Jr. Agad.
So these are the competitors then. That's Agad. We're going to keep an eye on him. This is young Tuffy, and listen to the roar from the crowd. And Pessi, keep our eye out. Starts with a 295, huge. De Geer from Nauru, famous surname in weightlifting circles. Singh as well with a 268 start out of India. Kariwasam there from Sri Lanka, and here he is on the end. Morea Baru, now 35 years of age. Can the Oceania champ hold off this challenge from his Asian Commonwealth competitors? Rob, the scene is set for what's going to be, I think, a classic showdown. Baru looking very relaxed and confident, as he always does in competition.
Indeed. Yeah. No, I'm really looking forward to this one. And as you said, a 295 entry total is phenomenal. And looking at the nominated starting attempts, well within the 20 kilo range. His starting attempts add up to just 5 kilos less than his entry total. So he's here to mean business. And so far, from what we've seen of the Indian team, they've all been very well prepared. They've come here in top shape, and they're looking at qualification for the Commonwealth Games.
As you can see, some of the kids, school kids, being bussed in here as well. And some of the competitors out there, even younger than some of the school kids up here in this wonderful Faleata Stadium. But I think there's a couple of Team Samoa competitors there that we're going to be seeing in the next day or so as well. There's a gentleman there with a red reverse baseball cap, which I think is going to bring the house down come Friday here.
Absolutely.
That's to come. We're going to introduce you to these very important people who look after the competition. And without them, this would not be happening. Mr. Upolu from Samoa, of course, himself a pretty handy weightlifter. Nationalities: Australia, New Zealand. But yeah, this men's 65, this is where I think we start getting pretty serious. It's going to be a whole lot of fun to bring you pictures.
Look, as the week goes on, you know, bigger and heavier weights are going to be lifted. But for their in this particular category, for their body weights, there are some very impressive weights here.
The men's 65, it's Group A action. Medals are plenty and some serious competition to get us underway here. Day 2 action. You can see the atmosphere is building out the back in the warm-up room. Out here in the main stadium as well, the kids are set for what's going to be a wonderful early afternoon of weightlifting. Here we are, just checking things out the back. Rob Cabas alongside me. Rob, this is a big moment. What's going through the minds of these weightlifters as they go through their final preparation with a minute left on the clock before they're out there on that platform?
Well, I think the athletes are doing the best they can to be in a positive state of mind, remove all doubt from their minds, and be ready for the task ahead. For the coaches, they're constantly looking at the scoreboard and the sheets. They're trying to calculate or estimate how many attempts are going to be on before their particular lifter is called to the stage, and then their warm-up will be timed according to that. You don't want to start your warm-up too early and lose that rush of adrenaline and waste energy, and you don't want to leave it too late and then you'll rush to get to the stage. So that'll be the coach's task at this stage, while also trying to keep their lifters hyped up and and watching their technique. They're not going to be too fussy with the technique, because you can only just adjust minor things at this stage. You're not going to teach your lifter how to lift at this particular stage. So all you're trying to do is keep them positive and just adjust some minor things, only if necessary. You want to keep your technique instructions to a minimum at this stage.
Keep it simple is the plan. Men's 65 action. As we were saying earlier on today, Rob, reminding us, of course, that we have Commonwealth placings up for grabs. We've got Glasgow staring us in the face. This is the penultimate opportunity for lifters to assert their claims to that. There's one more qualifying event in Quebec, Canada, later in the year, but this is basically it for our crew here in Oceania, and we will want them to go well. Let's welcome out onto the platform as we get the men's 65s underway. This is Alfred De Geer of Nauru. His opening is a 95.
Which is 10 kilos less than he nominated for his starting attempt. So that's a little bit of a concern.
He makes it in. An explanation for that change. It's a 2-1 majority decision, so Alfred gets things underway. But I'm just wondering, could it be a body weight issue? Has he had to shed weight or something over the last couple of days? He might be feeling a little bit down. What do you think?
Well, the nominated starting attempt would have been done at the weigh-in, so they would have been aware of all those factors at that time. So I'm thinking maybe he didn't look that sharp in the warm-up. And as you said, he attracted one red light with that first attempt. So
Tuanaimato then of Sri Lanka with his opener at 95. Holds it together nicely. That's a good settler for him. Under a little bit of pressure deep in that squat, but holds it together, comes out with a 95.
very neat lift, good looking athlete. No problems there, nice technique. Excuse me. Now with that one remaining qualifying event for the Commonwealth Games you were mentioning, of course, that's just the one remaining open event. We still have the Asian Championships, which is restricted to the Asian qualifying process. There's
Stop
also
the
the
clock.
African
Gary Russell has
Championships.
moved up. Load the bar
And
to
there's
100
also
kilograms. First
the
attempt.
European Championships that have just been concluded, and the British Championships to be held later in May. So these are opportunities that these lifters will also be looking at. So particularly, you need to compete in 2 qualifying events. So the lifters from India here will be trying to impress their selectors, if this is their only event that they've competed in, to give them another opportunity at the Asian Championships.
So Kane, not too far away from debuting as well, the other Nauruan in this category. His opening bid will be 100. Well, a little bit of movement out the back at the moment.
There may have been a change in attempts that wasn't picked up by the scoreboard, so
So I just wonder whether there's been another little bit of a reset here. Arate then of Kiribati with his opener 100. And unlike the Nauruans, he's gone up 5 kilos for his starter.
So that change was made just shortly before the session started. I saw the coach go up to the scorer's table or to the marshal's table and make that change on paper.
The gear comes back for more, his second. Whoa. Lucky to get out of that. Good reflexes. 100 kilos coming down on the back of his head. Just gets himself out of the way.
So looking at his first couple of attempts, I'm just wondering whether that 105 that was nominated as a starting attempt was a mistake, an error made at the time. I can't picture him putting down 105 kilograms after watching those 2 attempts.
Tuanaimato then. Second attempt for Sri Lanka. Men's 65 action.
Nice lift. He just took a split second in that bottom squat position just to stabilize. Made sure of it and then stood up waiting for the down signal.
So Alfred Derrick Gear then.
Now, this will also be a test of his mental strength, that last lift. You never want to feel that bar on the back of your head at any stage, so this will be interesting. Well done.
Yeah, mind over matter, just gutsed it up. Wasn't going to get knocked around by that 100. So he comes out and gets the last laugh, gets it underway. But that's him done. His 100 will see Alfred out.
Well, he definitely passed the mental strength test because that bar was a little bit all over the place. But he kept his arms straight. He caught his balance. He fought it all the way. Well done. That was a great effort.
Chadwick Kane going to come out now. He's got a little bit of form. We've seen him at the Oceania Championships in Auckland a year or so ago. And at 102 back in Auckland is exactly what he's attempting to lift here. So it's a good starting lift for him. And that 102 as well was his opening in the 60K class at the Pacific Games in Palau. So 102 shouldn't be a problem for him. He's got form here. Just overcooks it. So he's got some experience, Mr. Kane. He can make the necessary adjustments, I'm sure. In fact, I wonder whether we go bold and maybe sit back and go maybe 104 or 105, given his form. He's got experience.
He certainly looked strong enough. The only question I had was, if you're losing the weight behind you, you don't, and you know pretty early on that it's gone, and one of his hands let go of the grip, you don't want to hang on to the bar as you're losing it behind because you're risking injury at your elbow or your shoulder.
Yeah. Again, that's probably technique and experience. You see, we've seen Chadwick go well in the 60s, and a lot of this effort of his was at that 60 category. He's now moved up a division, so he's being tested a little bit more here in the 65s as he's gone up a bodyweight division. Some of these new bodyweight divisions have caused a little bit of mayhem for some of the lifters. And he's a lifter in point, you know, did extremely well as a 60, but now testing himself out here in the 65s. 102, second attempt. Oh, again, just knocked around. As I said, as a 60-kilo lifter back at the mini games of Palau, handled this and came away with his medals.
Sometimes you move up a weight category, and what you gain in strength through the added body weight, sometimes it's counteracted by the fact that your body is still getting used to handling that extra body weight. Sometimes you tend to forget a little bit about technique, and you're trying to overpower the weights. And particularly in the snatch, it takes a while for you to settle into the new bodyweight category and get that moving again. Whereas the clean and jerk, and hopefully he gets the snatch so he has an opportunity in the clean and jerk, that's where you usually make your initial gains when you add bodyweight.
Just had a slight glimpse there of the NMI lifter. But he will wait because they're going to try and get Mr. Kane here done and dusted with his 102. So he's been flirting with this one, and he needs it because this is a third attempt. And he won't go there at the moment, but obviously pivotal lift for him, third attempt. As I said, he's got the experience, but again, he's conceding a bodyweight division. As Rob says, the transition sometimes a little bit tough. Crowd trying to get behind him, lifting in both the senior and juniors today. Still only 19 years of age, so got a lot of time to transition into this bigger body weight. All right, does the job. Yes, and just a slight correction there, he's 27 years of age now, so obviously maturing into the heavier body weight. So competing only in the seniors, but that was good. Got that 102 away in the end. So let's move on to Cristobal then, Northern Marianas, and he's been a staunch lifter. 35 years of age now, but been around, done some wonderful stuff lifting up in Micronesia. The Marianas Cup gold medalist from a few years ago. In fact, took out the gold medal on home soil in that one, and did very well at the Pacific Games in Honiara as well, with a 96 kilo snatch there. Got 8 on since. Yeah, real tough guy up in Micronesia, and been a big influence on the renaissance of weightlifting in that part of the world as well. NMI, Guam. Good to see the Micronesians up and about, and this guy's been pivotal to setting the standards of international weightlifting up there, Rob.
Wow, yeah.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with the lift. Perhaps his arms came into play just a little bit too early. We'll have a look on his second attempt. If he does that again, he may be in a little bit of trouble. You want to keep your arms out of the equation for as long as possible. You always look in weightlifting at your arms as ropes and your hands as hooks.
Let's just acknowledge the great man that, of course, has driven this Oceania dream for the last 20, 30 years. And his tireless hard work in Oceania has us here today. The mighty Paul Coffer, of course, oversighting things wherever he goes, cuts a swathe through this sport. Acknowledged internationally as well by the International Weightlifting Federation, and down here as well, supervising things here. This is Irate Kiribati. Good fighting lift. What's the verdict, Coach?
Not too bad. I think probably relying more on strength than technique, but fair enough. Nothing too long with the lift.
There you go, our Sam going through his final preparations for his third lift at 105. Being clean so far. And
This is a good lift. He's only 17, so he's doing well. Not too far, just a little bit beyond him today.
listen to the roar here. That's predictably, Mr. Tuffy here, welcomed to the platform with his 106 starter. Listen to the roar, it is just phenomenal here.
Good stuff. Tuffy also a junior. He's 19 years old.
Well, now the lifter from Sinamai, who as of last year was ranked 3rd in the Pacific in this particular category. As I said, mixed it up with the rest of the Pacific in a couple of events at Pacific level, mini games. Experience counts, and that's a nice 108. The crowd like it as well. I tell you what, they're very generous with the battle of lifter, aren't they?
Yes.
If they can see that somebody's putting in some effort, they're going to really get behind them.
Absolutely. If a lifter is showing either some sort of character or real fight on the platform, he immediately draws the crowd to his side, and it does help lift you.
I mean, that was a great lift by him then, Christabel. I mean, that's a 108 he's done. At the mini games in Palau, he picked up a bronze with a 103, so he's doing extremely well, and at his age as well. Now 28 years of age. Let's move on to Irati then, from Kiribati. That was 109.
Not too far. And you can see in this weight category, as they start to get heavier, you get a wider range of body types. He's short, stocky, the shorter arms. Then you get the other ones who are a little bit taller with the longer arms, and they tend to be the better snatchers. The levers are more suited to the snatch. The shorter, stockier guys tend to be better in the clean and jerk.
There you can see the nomination table. Lily Coffer there just taking the submissions. Rielda there. Just getting set.
Just waiting on Cristobal to declare his third attempt. It's nearly down to 30 seconds, so he should have made the change by now. And there it is, 110.
I'd say he's chasing a couple of Micronesian records with this 110 for sure.
But what happens is with your first 30 seconds after you've been called, then you must declare the weight that you're going to at 10.
Well, I'll tell you what,
if you don't do that, then you're not allowed any further changes. If you do, then you're allowed 2 further changes in the last 30 seconds.
Well, listen to the raw 111 kilos. Loves it. So to his fans, that's 111 kilos. Wow, the noise is just deafening.
Well done, good lift. Nice speed, just a little bit of adjustment. He has to take a couple of steps forward just to adjust it, so he's done well to save that lift. He's got one more to go.
So the 19-year-old lifting in the seniors and the juniors. Okay, back out to NMI, our champ from up there in Micronesia.
Very neat lift. He sticks to his routine. Important for a lifter to have a routine.
Yeah, his best snatch in competition before here was the 103 that he did a couple of years ago at the Pacific Mini Games. That 111 was really pushing it, so he's going to have to be happy with his 108, which is still a great result for him.
A good result for him. Not far off. Just couldn't lock it out.
All right, now the first of the big guns. 4 lifters remain. We haven't seen them. This is the opening gambit then of our 35-year-old Oceania champ. Huge amount of experience. Where Baru. Well, the 3-time Olympian, not away to the start he wanted. He had initially nominated a 110 opener. He put on an extra 5. Been training here at the Oceania Weightlifting Centre, and you can see the Samoans just gathering around him. So the great Oceania champ.
It's a little bit anticlimactic, wasn't it? We're looking forward to his start, but to be realistic, once you get around your mid to late 30s, you have to manage your training load and you have to have more long-term planning. So I would guess that he's going through just a preparation period at this stage. He's ranked 3rd in the Commonwealth rankings. He did 292 at last year's Commonwealth Championships.
And there quickly in shot was the man with the vision to make all this come to pass. Interestingly, just having a look at Burrow's record, it was way back here in 2019 that he posted his best ever snatch. That was a 124, but in those days he was lifting it to 61 rod.
Yes.
2019, so he's one of just a handful of lifters that goes all the way back to that important Pacific Games that Samoa hosted. So he's going no more than the 115 opener, and he's got 3 guns above him yet to open their accounts. So Burrow got to make a move here. He's got to stick this 115 to give himself a chance of chasing these guys down. They've got some serious credibility. That's so much better. That's what he wanted, and he knows it, the double fist pump, but he's got the 2 Indians and the Philippine lifter to come, but that's a settler.
Yep, absolutely. Nice and solid. You can see his experience coming through here. He wasn't flustered by missing that first attempt, and this one was well executed.
So look at this. Look what Samoa's got. They can roll this young lifter out here and take on the champ who has ruled and dominated this category for so long. Are we seeing a slight change of dynasties here, Rob?
In the snatch, at least.
swore that he was going to put that 115 down, and he gets it 2-1. Dry smiles from the Samoan weightlifting contingent, thrilling the crowd here, and he matches Burrow's 115, Rob.
What a great atmosphere. It's really, wow. He got one red light. I don't think he was there.
So now one of the big guns comes out to play. Singh wants to just try and scare Baru, and the other Indian and Philippines lifter as well here. 17 years of age, lifting in the 3 categories, youth, junior and senior.
Wow.
Impressive. And at the Asian Junior Champs, finished in a silver medal position. I think his snatch back then was a 105, and he's doing 118 here, and that's just a year ago.
But we did say the Indian team was very well prepared for these championships.
Absolutely. "17 years of age, and this is such a wonderful opportunity for our Pacific lifters to have a look at these guys as well, because theoretically Mr. Taffy's going to be rubbing shoulders with him over the next few years as their careers unwind.
I would say, though, only maybe for a couple of years. He's very tall and rangy, and at 17 years of age, I can see him moving up in 2 to 3 weight categories as he progresses.
There's the Philippine lifter. That's Agad Fernando Jr. getting ready. Burrow just watching their moves. So it looks like Burrow's going to make a little bit of a pitch with his 3rd and final. So the champ from our part of the world got his hands full here, just going to try and flush out a couple of moves by the competition. Agad coming out with his 120. Bronze medalist at the IWF World Championships in Bahrain. He knows his way around the platform, this guy. 120.
Very efficient. No problems there at all.
Okay, so for our great champ, Agad has got the 121. But we're going to see Baru first, I think. He's gone up as well. He's gone a 121. Just trying to get confirmation. Wow, this is big time. Three-time Olympian, finished 5th at the Paris Olympic Games, got a bronze medal at the Commonwealth Weightlifting Championships. That was in India last year with a 127 snatch. This is 121. Had that slight falter with his opener at 115, got it again, and now this is the jump. This is the 6-kilo jump that he needs to stay in touch with the contenders. Got to get this to give him a chance in the clean and jerk. Got to get it. That is the mark of a champion. Double fist pump, gets away with it. Has a momentary stumble at the 115, but he's come back with a big 6K jump, Rob.
Awesome. And very, very calm and cool about it.
Always.
As we said, he doesn't get flustered, didn't get flustered by the fact that he missed his first attempt. Just got back to work and did what he had to do.
So it gives himself a chance. He stays in touch at least after that momentary lapse, because this guy, Singh, is going to want to try and just exploit that slight niche that he's opened up.
And they would also be aware that Baru is stronger in the clean and jerk, so they will try and extend their lead in the snatch as much as possible.
Finished with this guy finished with a silver medal in the Indian National Championships. Now what's happened?
The bar is loaded at 122, so it's whether he's called for this weight or not. So obviously the bar was not loaded for him. Now it's 123.
For Pesci, was going to start at a 125, so he's come down to bronze medal at the Indian Nationals. Great lifter. Best snatch prior to here in comp was a 117, so he's being pushed here. So for Singh and Pesci, there's obviously places up for grabs. There's national pecking order back home in India as well, I would suggest to you, Rob.
Absolutely. I think Pesci is probably the more experienced. He's 24 years of age, and he's got the stronger clean and jerk. And Singh is on the way up, so he's hungry for success. And as we said, he's going to try and get as much on the scoreboard as possible in the snatch, which is his stronger lift.
And he's giving himself every chance of medaling heavily later in this competition with that 123. Opens up a 2 kilo margin on Baru of Papua New Guinea with a lift to come.
So
Pesci as well.
Interesting to see what he takes for his third attempt.
Yep, he's got Pesci as well chasing him. Here's Agard then, second attempt, 124. Well, that's interesting. And had he got that?
The bar was travelling all right, but he seemed to try and get under it a little bit just too early. He needed to finish it off before getting under the bar. Not quite enough height to lock it out, and the bar was travelling backwards, and it's just too hard to control in those circumstances.
So Papua New Guinea, Maria Baru sitting back. He's waiting for the clean and jerk leg to start. We've got the Philippines lifter, Agad. We've got the two Indians as well, Pesci and Singh. Both of them have got their 123s. Let's see whether somebody can open up the margin here. Agad's going to come back and have a crack at his 124, try and get this one in the bank. Give him 3 margin on Baru if he gets it. Crowd waits. Clock counting down. Looking for a margin on the Oceania and Chant Baru.
Often the lifters will wait for the 30-second buzzer to go before they start pulling the bar off the platform, because if it happens to go off as they're just pulling the bar off, it can distract them.
Okay, so he's got it this time. 124 will do. In comp, that's a big 4 kilo improve on what we've seen him do in the past. So now then, it's down to this Indian duo to see which of them gets the jump on the other. Singh or Pessi. 17-year-old here up against a 24-year-old.
Looks like Singh is going first with 126 that they've nominated. More or less the traditional progression. 5 kilos from first to second attempt and 3 kilos from the second to the third.
Boy, did 120 at the Indian National Championships earlier on this year. Came away with a silver medal in those championships, youth and junior. That's 6 kilos better here in the Apia. That's nice.
Very nice.
So that's a 5 kilo margin he's opened up on Baru.
Good adjustment there. You have a look in the slow motion. He ends up rocking back onto his heels. His toes come up, but he just takes that split second, stabilizes himself, and he's done well.
He has indeed. And he's opened up a 2 kilo margin on the Philippines lifter Agad as well. Okay, now to wrest back control in this division. He's got 2 lifts to go. This is the second last lift in the snatch for Pessi. Done everything right so far, and his experience, the 24-year-old, beginning to tell here. Wants to consolidate. Oh, that's good. That's a great save there, deep in that squat. He was in a little bit of strife.
Yeah, he had to fight for it. And you can see the bar was starting to travel backwards, and he just had to tense his shoulders and hang on to it. And he was pointing to his coaches, to his shoulders, in that, oh, that strained me a little bit. And you can see that there, where he's really straining to hold the bar. And his expression afterwards was like, oh, wow. I didn't like that.
Well, he's put 10 kilos on the best snatch that I've seen him do in competition. That was at the Indian Nationals a couple of years ago when he recorded a 117. It's pretty phenomenal, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And they have nominated 130 for his final attempt. And again, as we're saying, this would put him in real contention to try and convince the Indian selectors to consider him for the Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, I would say it's highly competitive. It's just got such depth, this Indian team. It's just amazing.
The highest ranking by an Indian on the qualification list is 299. So if he gets this, he's going to get pretty close to that. But obviously he needs this. It's a big weight.
130 kilos.
Double bodyweight snatch.
So 127 is his best. So it's India at the moment dominating this men's scoreboard in the 65 class. And they're travelling pretty handily at the moment. We're hoping that for fans of Oceania weightlifting, Morea Baru will able to make a move in the clean and jerk, but at the moment he's giving up a little bit to our Indian competitors. Pessi with the 127, Singh behind him on the 126, Agad on the 124, and Baru on the 121 at the end of that session. Rob, how'd you see it?
Well, just going back to that final attempt that we saw on 130, massive double bodyweight snatch, and it was almost a duplicate of his second attempt, but in this case, it was just traveling too far behind him to be controlled, and try as hard as he could, he had to let it go in the end, and hopefully he was pointing to his coaches at his elbow, so hopefully there's no real damage done there. So the clean and jerks should be interesting. But the guy that's leading in the snatches is also probably the strongest clean and jerker. So you would think he has the one hand on the medal already. The rest, it's wide open.
We're about to find out. There's the scoreboard at the end of this particular category. Continuing coverage of the IBFC Universal Cup, and it's thanks to our sponsors. IBFC, of course, for financial corporate management, Vodafone, NBS Samoa, Samoa Tourism Authority, Vaima Brewers, and the Samoa National Olympic Committee making it all possible here. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll join competition with India 1 and 2 at the moment in the men's 65. Can the great man, Morea Baru, as he has over his career, come back and worry them? The three-time Olympian got his work cut out here. We'll take a break. We'll be back with lots more at the IBFC Universal Cup 2026 in Samoa. We'll start.
We're ready to recognize the competition, the men's 65 clean and jerk competition. 125 First attempt. Alfred De Gea.
And welcome back to us here. We're into the clean and jerk section of the men's Group A 65 kilo class. Alfred De Gea out on platform at the moment. He's got 125 with his opening clean and jerk.
Three white lights, that's a success. So the clean and jerks are well on their way. With the lower ranked lifters in this particular division, the first thing that they'll be looking at is the top performer in the B group that lifted yesterday, which is Patrice from Palau with 242. So their first priority, I guess, or ambition is to try and lift more than the 242 so they can place higher than those athletes in the B group. At the top end of the scale, of course, you're looking at the medals, and at the moment, Pessi, the Indian, is in the prime position.
Kari Yorasam then from Sri Lanka out for his 125. It's pretty good from here.
Good lift.
Good lift.
So in the break, of course, Morea Baru, the three-time Olympian, what do you think is going through his mind here, Rob, as he tries to hold off the challenge of the Philippines and India?
Look, to be honest, I don't think he'll be overly concerned. It's not his sort of character. He's going to be calm and cool and just focus more on what he can lift. He can't really affect what the others are doing, and neither can they to him. It's not a physical sport like boxing or wrestling. You've got your own strategy that you'll follow. I guess the closest thing you can think of that's similar is golf. You play your own game, and you see where it places you in the end. I guess when it comes down to the last 2 or 3 attempts, then you will see a bit of juggling going around. But until then, you just want to try and get in there and look after your own warm-up, get your first attempt on the board, and then stick your head up and see what's around.
Well, he's some 6 odd kilos off the pace at the moment, coming into the clean and jerk. The gear then,
On
second
129.
second attempt.
But he's certainly looking happier and more comfortable in the clean and jerk than he did in the snatch. And as we mentioned during the snatches, the clean and jerk is more suited to the shorter, stockier guys. Those tall, slender guys are more suited to the snatch.
Shadrach Kane coming out. His first attempt. He's going to 130.
Eras Kiribas will be next. Please prepare.
Finished 5th at the Commonwealth Championships. And in doing so, it was the 130 clean and jerk that he finished up with. That was his best that he recorded there at those championships. So he's equaling that here now with his opening gambit in Samoa.
Fighting effort once again by
Solid lift, and as we mentioned in his regards before, when you move up a weight category, you would expect the main improvement to first come in your clean and jerk, the added body weight, muscle that you're carrying, the more force that you can impart on the bar, and that's where you'll see the improvement. So we would look at him posting an improved clean and jerk in this competition.
Well, that's right, because he, of course, as you're reminding us, Rob, was doing that as a 60-kilo lifter. And he's moved up that division, so he's just trying to get things right. Arati then, 130 for him.
I was just thinking as he cleaned that, it looks a little bit heavier than you would like on your first attempt. The clean almost buried him, and then it was an uphill battle from then to try and jerk the weight overhead.
He went to the Paris Olympic Games actually as a 61 category lifter.
Right.
And then we saw him later on in the 67s. That was in Honiara, where he put together a 220 total.
With this 130 jerk, he would be well above that 220.
Sam, 130 for him. This is his second attempt. Did not like that. And
He seemed to lose his grip. It could be that a lot of the lifters use tape around their thumbs just to try and help them get a better grip on the bar. And the tape may have slipped off completely. It's humid weather, so maybe a little bit of sweat. And if, as you're pulling the bar off the ground, the tape actually comes off your thumb, it can throw you off. And possibly that's what's happened there. So now it's Irati again. He had a hard time with this 130 on his first attempt. That's better.
Right on the threshold
Fighting effort there by
But it was a much better clean. And I think his problem in the first attempt was that the clean was just, as we said, it looked like it was going to bury him. And that makes it really hard then to get it all together and jerk the weight. This one was a much better clean.
Big improve.
Yep.
Big improve on where he's been. Big PB for him at 130. Okay, let's move on to Sri Lanka then.
Let's see if he can keep his grip on the bar this time.
And going to conclude his day of competition in this beautiful part of the world, and his tournament comes to a close with this last lift of his, 130. Nice. Good control under the bar. Looked a little hesitant at one stage, but managed to get it up there with a good lift.
Yeah, that was well done because he had to struggle a little bit to get out of the squat position there. But very confident in his jerk, obviously. Good lockout.
Now wait for the roar, because Samoa has unleashed Mr. Taffy here. Brought the house down earlier on today when the school kids clapped eyes on him. Just wonder whether they're going to be generous with him here, as they are.
Very generous. I think with that first dip, they were of the opinion that he was just adjusting the bar, maybe just adjusting his grip and not actually an attempt at the jerk.
That's really the second dip and adjust. But good on him,
Yeah.
he gets it, and
He did his job.
Yep. Hang on, there's a stop. I wonder whether there's an interjection here.
I think the jury may have something to say.
Indeed, I think the jury has moved. So for those that may be new to the sport of weightlifting, there is a jury that sits and monitors the state of the competition. And the three jurors have the ability to intervene and question the outcomes of a lift. They have a camera source as well, independent of the one that you're seeing here at home, but they're monitoring this lift from a number of angles. They'll be looking at that action underneath the bar and wondering whether in fact that constitutes a foul lift. Stop to competition while they do that.
I think the thing in question is, in the jerk, there are two things they're looking at. One, was his first dip an attempt to jerk, which is not allowed. You can only have one attempt. The second one they're looking at, did he actually press out at the top of the jerks? Did his arms not lock out immediately? So it looks as if that lift has been disqualified. So the jury has reversed the decision and it's a no lift.
Just waiting for jury decision. This is for the first
Okay,
attempt of
Chadwick Kane.
Taffy, Samoan, 131 kilograms.
Pretty healthy 5 kilos on what he did first up.
Following jury decision, the first attempt by Faleata is no lift due to what we refer to as dirty cleaning in the sport of weightlifting, where the bar moves from the shoulder, from the front of the chest to the shoulder.
Goodness. Well, the Samoan squad have written off that 131 of Tuffy. They've now got him doing a 140. Are you seeing that?
If they call for 140.
131 kilograms, second attempt for Faleata, Samoa.
Oh, there you go. Well, that's going to be interesting.
That is a huge jump. That's a real gamble.
Of course, they still have the opportunity to drop back from that.
Yeah. Arati then, third attempt to bring a close to his competition here in Samoa.
That's a good call, 133. It gives him a chance to finish the competition with a successful lift. His 130 wasn't particularly easy, so this will test him.
Well, the best clean and jerk he's ever done is a 120. And his 130 betters his best ever in competition up until now, but that 133 eluding him. So 130, it's a good result for him. He probably would have, well, he would have loved the 133, of course he would have, but 130 is good because we saw him do that 120 at the Pacific Games a couple of years ago. Okay, Chadwick Kane then. From Nauru we move on. We get to see the big boys, Singh, Pesci, and Agad and Baru come out for the clean and jerk in this men's 65 category. Gold medalist at the Oceania Champs 2 years ago. That was in Auckland. Had a 130 snatch back there, so he too is improved his competition lifts.
Oh,
that's unfortunate. He had that for all money.
He did.
That's very unfortunate.
I didn't anticipate that.
No.
He may have been just blacking out a little bit. So while he had it locked out overhead, he may have been just blacking out. His head was spinning, and he just couldn't complete the lift because the jerk looked fine. I think he's still probably trying to clear his head there a little bit, moving the bar up and so on. Yeah,
what's that?
I think he was just gone.
That left leg.
That's a shame.
Okay, Tuffy then, second attempt, 135. Big roar from the crowd. Okay, well, initially he was toying with the 140, so perhaps a little more reasonably they've come back with the 135 here.
Calmer heads prevailed, I think.
To nail it. He was running out of room. It's a 2-1 decision.
Okay. That's a good lift.
Crowd goes wild.
135 stays in the bar. Lifter will be Shadrach Kane Nauru for his third.
So he's going well, young Tuffy, I tell you.
Yeah, that's fine.
He knows where the edge of that platform is. He wasn't going to step one more inch. And brought it under control.
He had to struggle a little bit, but nothing wrong with the lift. Both his snatch and clean and jerk seems to be catching the weight forward and has to chase it forward.
So this will be a massive PB in competition if Kane can eventually knock this 135 over. Taffy couldn't quite control it, however, ran out of room. So Kane's going to have to be satisfied with his 130, which is what he did in competition when we last saw him a year or so ago. So 130 for him.
Yeah, he seemed to be struggling on both his second and third attempt with his breathing. He's shaking his head, just moving the bar off his throat a couple of times. And I think that was his main problem, apart from not quite locking out his arms overhead, which could be associated with what he was feeling.
Well, this is a big throw of the dice by the Nauruans. They're asking De Geer here to come in with a 136, excuse me, after his previous 129. So throw the dice here by the Nauruans.
Yeah, he needs this to move past Kane and Arati.
And he's going to do that. That's nice work.
Fighting effort there by Alfred. Good lift.
Coaches wanted
well
him.
done.
And he's responded. So that's a nice 229 total for him then.
First attempts for Leowell, Cristobal, Northern Marianas.
236.
You're absolutely right. 236 is the correction, and 236 it is.
So that put him 1 kilo ahead of Arati and 4 kilos ahead of Kane. So obviously that target of moving past those two lifters was enough motivation for him to get out there and really nail it. So Cristobal's got 138 on the bar.
Cristobal getting to work.
Nice lift.
Load bar to 139 kilograms, please, loaders. Second attempt
Very
for
neat,
Leowell,
polite
Cristobal.
presence on the platform.
So he did his previous best clean and jerk was a 141. We saw him do that at the mini games in 25. So Cristobal.
Sunil Singh, India, please prepare.
So one of the big moves here now then, Singh is going to get out there and open his account. In second place at the end of the snatch with that 126. So the opening gambit from him then.
140. As we suggested, he's young, he's tall, he's slender. The clean and jerk is not his go at the moment, so he's first of the leaders to come out onto the platform for the clean and jerk. Mind you, having said that, it's still a very respectable weight.
It's a very respectable weight.
We're only speaking relatively.
Nice work. It's a good opener for him.
Good solid lift, no doubt there.
Yet to see Agad, yet to see Pessi, yet to see Moru as well. So it's just going to get a little bit tight now between these heavy hitters in the men's 65. Cristobal coming out to do his best ever in competition now.
I'm just wondering whether he will come out for 140.
Okay, He's nominated, or they seem to have called him. You seeing anything?
I thought a 2 kilo jump, considering his first was reasonably comfortable, was not going to happen.
Well, here's Taffy then coming out at 140.
Yep.
Gee, this would be a great lift for him to finish off. He could get this.
Now this would bring the house down.
This will bring the house down. Well, the bronze medal he got at the mini games, but he's made some big strides since then. But the 140 just eluding him, but sounding an ominous warning in this category for future lifters in the 65s. I think Samoa might have discovered in the 19-year-old something pretty special. We'll wait and see.
He's a fighter, that's for sure. And he was the first lifter to exceed the best of the big group before him. The other three who totaled first were still behind the Patrice from Palau, who recorded 242 in the big group.
So that was a 250 finish then for Taffy. Okay, Christabel, 143. This is monstrous. He must be feeling very good about himself.
Yeah, it looks doable if we compare to what he did on his first attempt, which looked comfortable within his capabilities.
Yep.
Oh. Hold it.
Let's see what they think. He reckons he's good for it. They're not going to give it to him. Christabel just trying to hustle him out there a little bit.
Gee, I'd like to see that on the slow motion.
Here it is for you. You asked for it.
Stays on 143 kilograms for the same athlete, Leah Well Cristobal, Northern Marianas. He has one more attempt at 143.
Look, I guess it's there. I mean, it's just this tiny unlocking of his left elbow.
Yeah, there's an element of doubt, but it looks like, is that a
it was there.
Protest card going in by any chance?
It could be a protest card.
Yep.
Team Northern Marianas.
Look, they've got nothing to lose by using the challenge card.
No. He was effectively on his last lift anyway.
We'll review the video playback.
So once again, this is...
I don't think they will give it to him, only because once you look at it in slow motion, you will see that the arm, there it is, and again. So it's unlocked twice, just the tiniest of unlock, but it's there. So the jury really cannot overrule it, because you can see it as clear as daylight.
There's that nice three-quarter side-on for you.
Well, not good for this though.
No,
good for technique, but not for seeing because that side-on view actually shows that it's okay.
It's that front-on view.
It's the front-on view that's sort of
the jury
betraying him a little bit.
I'll tell you what, they're deliberating. They're taking their time over it.
But, well, it's the tiniest unlocking, but it's there, so I can't see them. Yeah, I can't see them overturning that.
Is no lift.
No lift is the decision.
Yeah.
Okay, so Christabel, it was a good play of the card anyway, because it's won him a couple more seconds of recovery
Of rest.
time.
Yeah.
For the third and final lift of Leah Well Cristobal, Northern Marianas.
Okay, so this, by the way, is by 2 kilos his best in competition. We saw him do that 141 at the mini games when he came away with a 244 total. Yeah. He's already on his 246 total, so this would be just a wonderful way for him to finish off.
I tell you what, he needed all that rest because he would have used up a hell of a lot of energy recovering from that.
And interesting, look, that sort of cross trans-Pacific assistance there. That's Henry Elder just giving him some last instructions. So Fiji stretching out the hand of coaching friendship here, Rob.
It happens. I remember being in a competition in Athens and being looked after by the Canadian coach.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Was that a revelation for you?
I knew the guy, so I knew he was pretty good, and he was very friendly.
Okay, well, let's get behind Mr. Cristobal here. As I said, he's been a champion around Northern Marianas Islands, up there in Guam and Saipan for many a long year, and tested himself out against the Pacific lifters as well and held his own. He's been a stalwart up there. 28 years of age now.
I think the last attempt, maybe he rushed his jerk a little bit. Maybe set a little bit longer before you dip and drive, but we'll see. That maybe is just what he normally does.
So that's nice off the platform now. Let's get to work.
So he's set, yeah. Oh, no.
Again. It is a merciless sport, the iron sport of weightlifting. It can be generous, but it can also be very hostile. And the 143, he's done everything right here, but you can see as he just comes off the platform very well. Nice, clean, and here just drives him onto his knees.
I think where he struggles, his split position, his feet are spread far apart, so it makes the recovery that much harder.
But it's a good total nevertheless for him. He comes away with a good 2 kilo improve on where we saw him just a year or so ago at the Pacific Mini Games. So good on the 28-year-old. Okay, now let's get back to the big boys because they're starting to make their moves. This is the first of them, Singh, with his second attempt. He's on 145.
Strong effort there by Sunil on 145.
Singh with a happy 145 for him.
Good lift.
This is fantastic lifting by him. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, at the Asian Youth Championships in 2025, he did a 133 for a 238 total. The following year, earlier on this year, a silver at the Youth Juniors in the National Championships in India with a 150.
Well, the Indian team so far has contained some very impressive junior talent.
Also. Okay, now the die is cast. 150 he nominated originally to start off with. This is where it really is showtime for this man. We've seen him around the Pacific for so many years. A 3-time Olympian. Baru. And the machine from the Pacific, from Papua New Guinea, gets the game rolling. So that's a good 150. Incredible to think that we saw him back here in 2019 when he came away with a gold medal in the men's, as it was then, 61 kilo category, which he was competing in.
Good solid lift. He's in the mix now. He's on the board.
He is indeed. So Sunil Singh has seen that. He's coming out with his 150 to try and follow Baru. Still to come, Agad. Still to come, Pessi of India.
This to give him the complete, perfect 6 out of 6 attempts.
And the 150 that he got at the Indian Nationals, not to be repeated here. So once again, that just opens up the opportunity for Baru then. So with Singh away to a 271 total.
It's a shame that Baru didn't start with just 1 kilo heavier, 151, which would have given him the lead. Now they're both equal on 271, but because Singh did the 271 first, he remains ahead of Baru.
The good news for Baru is he's got 2 lifts to come. But before him, here's the Philippine lifter, Agad. Also in scintillating form at the moment. Yet to see Pessi, and Pessi's got a huge clean and jerk.
Pessi's got a huge clean and jerk, but he seemed to experience some physical problems in the snatch with his second and his third attempts. His second seemed to strain his shoulders a little bit, then his third attempt pinged his elbow a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see if he's had enough time to recover or whether they were just temporary and he's all good to go in the clean and jerk.
Well, this guy's got some form, mate, at the Worlds. That was just last year up in Norway. Bronze the year before at the World Championships in Bahrain.
I mean, we've been speaking about the Indian team and their preparation and presentation, but also the Filipino lifters have also been impressive here. They've come well prepared.
Haven't they? This is a 153 at the Worlds in Norway. Late last year he did a 155. So he's within capacity with this. Interesting technique. Rob, we need to analyse that.
Yeah, that's the first
will stay on that same weight.
example of squat jerk that we've seen in this competition.
The second attempt.
It's a technique that was originally introduced by the Chinese, and quite a number of them did it maybe for a certain period over World Championships and Olympic Games. Maybe even most of them were doing the squat technique. No, not so much. You will still see it when the Chinese compete, but not as much as we have before.
So the idea would be to try and use the quads and drive up off the thighs and use that part of the body more?
Well, I think the whole idea of the jerk is you don't use your arms, you use your legs to drive the bar up and you drop underneath it. Now, if you're going to drop into a squat position, it gives you a lot more room and time to get under the bar.
But it's a lot
then
further.
The problem is the balance and getting up.
Traveling vertically once you're down there.
Now, I've never tested it, but I've also heard it said that you can squat more with the weight over your head than on your shoulders. I'm not sure whether there's any truth in that or not, and I haven't tested it.
Well, knowing the Chinese and any purists out there, if you want to get involved in conversation with us, would be lovely to hear from you. But, okay, let's see whether he adjusts or persists with this technique.
Oh, I think once you're committed to...
He's in it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, like I
said... At least in the one competition.
Well, if he was using it at Norway at the Worlds, he did 155 with it. That was late last year. This is a bit of a struggle.
Now he's in a bit of trouble.
So he was lying in third place at the end of the snatch. He'd relegated Baru, now Oceania champion, to fourth with the two Indians above both of them. So this is a little bit of a disquieting situation for Mr. Fernando Angad of the Philippines. Baru will be thinking, maybe the heart fluttering a little bit, thinking,
Yeah,
okay,
the door is open.
the door is open. I can see a chink of light. All I've got to do is get the system happening, and I've got myself a chance here, because this is one of the contenders that was sitting above him by one place at the end of the snatch. If he's gone, he's then chasing the two Indians, and one of them, the younger Singh, could be vulnerable in second position.
Well, they're both on equal total. As I said, it may have been an idea for Baru to start with 151.
Yeah.
I mean, you would figure if you can lift 150, you can lift 151.
Yeah.
And that would have saved him a fair bit of trouble, because then he would already be ahead of the second Indian, and then he'd have to only worry about the two others.
Well, here he comes then.
Yeah, no, he's in a tight spot.
He's in a very tight spot. Remember, of course, if he doesn't get this, it's the dreaded bomb, and we don't want him.
No one likes to see that.
No, we don't like that. But he's just looking a little troubled here.
He is.
I think it.
Because even his first one that he came very close with, the clean didn't look particularly easy. So
Let's watch this. 153 for a third time, preventing the bomb. It's a technique issue, and that is on the floor, and that is very disappointing for him. As I said, was in third place at the end of the snatch, and
he gave it all he had. I mean, there was no doubting the effort that went into that. But he was already starting to shake and tremble after that clean. None of them have been easy.
So no total for him. So Baru then at least is up onto the podium.
Yes.
He's at least got a medal from this, so maybe he can relax a little bit. So now, what color medal can he pull out of this? Can he challenge young Singh, who's warming down with 271? Baru has 271 as well with his first lift. This 156 puts him ahead and into the lead.
Yeah.
This for the lead then.
This goes back to what I was saying before. If you're going to take 1 kilo more, take 151 rather than 156, which is more than you need.
Clever moves. Strategies galore. 156. Well, now the pressure is on him. Well, he did this 156 at the mini games in Palau for his 10th Oceania title. As I said, a 3-time Olympian, and now he's staring down the barrel. He should have listened to your coach. He should have gone. He should have gone. The 151 would have made life a lot easier for him. I reckon he's going to get it because he's a real warrior. And if anybody can get it in the Pacific at this weight division, it is this man.
Yep, absolutely.
I have confidence that he's going to get his 156, but boy, he's working for it.
Because the clean was not too difficult, so it gives him a chance for the jerk. So,
as I said, the consolation is, at least with the loss of the Philippine lifter, he does get a medal for his efforts here.
Yeah.
But this is for something a little bit better than a bronze.
Yeah.
So it all comes down to this for him. I mean, the record of this guy is just incredible. Paris, Rio,
well, I think as
Tokyo.
as far as Pacific weightlifting goes, he's already legend status.
Definitely. 36 years of age now. Okay, Mr. Baru, this is where we're counting on you. For the Pacific, for Oceania, all those years. This is a pivotal lift. One big lift. 156 is what we need. Upolu surrenders the 156. He's on the podium. Had a chance of improving on the bronze. India now 1 and 2. So now a chance and perhaps a weightlifting demonstration from Charu Pessi. He's going to start with a 162. Burrow just not getting underneath that attempt of his. So he comes away with a 271 total. Alongside of Singh, who, as Rob said, got the 271 earlier, so by rights owns it.
Correct, yep.
Okay, so now maybe a little bit of a demonstration of how to lift some pretty big weights. 162 for this guy. Thank you very much indeed, and that's just a wonderful 162 there. Knocks the competition out of the park with that one. 24-year-old doing the job, and a 289 total puts him out of reach of anybody in the competition. That is just gone for all money. Bronze medalist at the Indian National Championships with a 152. That was 2 years ago. Thank you. In fact, in competition, Rob, I think we might be seeing him go places he hasn't got done before.
No, well, his entry total at 295 already indicated that he's someone to, someone to watch.
Yeah. And he's only 24 years of age, so he's still got some room for improvement and strength, I guess. So what's Pessi doing here?
167 he's called.
I'm just having a look at, he's a senior lifter.
So 167 will give him 295,
So he's going 5. I'm just having a look at the Commonwealth clean and jerk record. It's a 173 held by Muhammad Anzal Bidden, Malaysia.
Yep, he's currently in the #1 spot for the Commonwealth Games ranking list.
Yep, and he's got a 306 total as well. So Anzal Bidden has got a 173. That's the Commonwealth record at the moment in clean and jerk. Surely Pessi's not going to have a crack at that. I mean, he's got 2 lifts in hand.
Yeah. Well, he's the second place on the Commonwealth Games ranking list is another Indian with 299. So that's one of the challenges for him.
Okay. Second attempt, 167. Well, if there are any thoughts about that, it's not going to happen today.
He's still in with a shot because it wasn't that far off. He's got short arms, so not that far to drive, but he's got a wide grip. So if you can just time his jerk a little bit better, and if you can get an easier clean, with that clean, he was sort of pinned to the platform for a little while. If you can just get a better timing of the clean and bounce out of it, you may have a better shot at the jerk.
A little bit of recovery time for him. Just having a look around as well.
Let's ask for more. No, it may still be the same weight, but it was not loaded correctly. The weight was correct, but the way it was loaded was not as it should be.
Okay.
The 20 kilo plates should have been used, but the 15 kilo plates were still on the bar. So the weight remains the same, but it's just there's a certain weight that the weights need to be loaded.
Okay, well, 167 is going to come and have a crack at.
And having to change the large discs also gives him that, again, that little bit of extra time to rest and recover.
So strategies, and again, talking about strategies, and Mr. Barrow and that 1 kilo increment that he probably should have taken for his 151, Rob. I mean, it was pretty critical in the cut and thrust of it all at the end of the day.
In the wash-up it was,
Yeah.
and it's sort of, as we say, with this 1 kilo increment, at least it gives you that opportunity. 1 kilo more, if you can do it, you can do 1 kilo more on your first attempt.
Yeah. Okay, 167 then. Final lift in this men's 65.
That's a better clean. Oh, better clean, closer jerk, but end result the same.
Okay, so Pesci then finishes up with his 289 total, well and truly controlling this particular division.
I mean, a fantastic total at 65 kilogram category. 289 is nothing to be sneezed at, but I imagine he was trying to aim for a little bit higher than that.
Well, there we are then. We're at the end of the men's 65. The news is that it was the Indian pair that in the end dominated. Pesci doing his big lifts, getting his 289 total, ahead of young Sunil Singh, 17-year-old, 271 total, alongside of Morea Barrow as well. But since Singh got there first, he gets the silver. Barrow will get the bronze. And unfortunately for Fernando Agad of the Philippines, that bomb at 153 means he does not total. So Morea Barrow lives again. The 35-year-old perennial champ from our part of the world does get onto the stadium. That's the headline. But India, as it has all competition in these lower divisions, absolutely dominating for the moment. We're in the midst of day 2 action here at this wonderful Universal Cup 2026. Not too far away from a start. That'll be in the women's 58 kilo category, and that should be an absolute cracker as well. And don't forget, later on tonight, lots of Samoan interest in the men's 71. That's the nighttime session here at the IBFC Universal Cup 2026. We'll take a break and we'll be back with the women in a little while from now.
To present the medals, I have the honor to call upon Mr. Sam Coffer. President of Australia Weightlifting, Elisha Elder, Vice President of Commonwealth Weightlifting, Vice President of Oceania Weightlifting, and Mr. Tom Yao, Vice President of Commonwealth Weightlifting and President of Singapore Weightlifting. In the Universal Cup, in the snatch competition, winner of the bronze medal,
representing Papua New Guinea, Morea Baru. Silver medal, representing Philippines, Fernando Jr. Agad. And your gold medalist in the snatch, representing India, Karu Pesi. Please congratulate our snatch medalist. Thank you. In the clean and jerk competition, winner of the bronze medal, representing Northern Marianas, Leowell Cristobal. Silver medal, representing Papua New Guinea, Morea Baru. Gold medalist, representing India, Charu Pesi. Please congratulate our medalists in the clean jerk. Thank you, athletes. In the total, with the bronze medal, representing Samoa, Faleata Tafi. Silver medal, representing Papua New Guinea, Morea Baru. And gold medal, representing India, Chanu Pesi. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of India. Please congratulate once again our Universal Cup champions in 2026. We come now to the Oceania Senior Championships. Winner of the bronze medal, representing Palau, Blaine Patrice. Silver medal, representing Northern Marianas, And your gold medalist representing Papua New Guinea, Morea Baru. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Papua New Guinea. Please congratulate once again our medalist in Oceania in 2026. The next medal presentation will be the junior and youth for the Oceania and Commonwealth.
Yo lo ingoa o Senaya, yo tau samai sukor o makuo tu au matanit. O lo wa onga Faith College. Yenai.
Shemana o ora na tamatana I titi o le tauwanga le pata o mua tini nei lo tamata I le youth.
Ia.
Ale mai tau mo tuko le matutua I o isi ia sui tauwanga I sila fiti me karatuni. O na ani manatu na hoi fo ia o e sa ia o e sa langona fefe matau ino e vai atu matutua tangata ia tu tatatou tauwa.
Ia. Ai tere fefe o pamalosia e whaikau kauwanga. Au kere pole I kakamakua e whai pero kauwanga ia mangi kauwanga.
Salana e alu amano confidence in tono le tauwanga. E lua vaenga ia se e tau sa e sia ia. Whainu kawanino vaenga ia.
Ole snatch male clean and check.
Sala e ono ia. So le lana snatch tolu. Clean and check ia tolu. Le mai tau te whamani e uma ua aua. Tamukaina ia. Shana. Ona e kukia
O sau kāringo ki te hia. Mai mau ai foi le mauia makuai. Mau ai foi lau pingi au.
E to ofia ni so to ai mo o.
Ie, to
ai mo.
O au o lo sister se fulu ma faitasia ro kuang.
Ale tau wa umare tau wanga le patina le. O umana ne ia e tau wanga o e to yese siwa e me to.
Ie uma.
E ala so la mona ne ia so man ia.
Ie mana ia lo tau wana ne yasu. Ma o tai ko ia le atunu le tapua.
Au tapenanga. Se sau ngoma ia ia tapenanga ia na o mai ia so.
Lo tapenana pai o lo sekirei ma o lo mana ia tanu mai e mau e lo mania ma tu ai.
Tapo ina la tunu ia scoio ai.
Tai le atunu le tapua tai le au malo si matu tauwanga le yaso tai tapua tai na.
Let's welcome the medalists in the junior competition Oceania Championships. And you. In the junior competition, 2 medalists. We have the silver medal representing Fiji, Israel Mario. Silver medal. The gold medalists representing Nauru, Alfred Degia. Please congratulate our junior medalists in 2026. Thank you, athletes. In the youth competition, only 1 medalist, representing Fiji, Israel Mario, gold medalist. Please congratulate our gold medalists in youth competition Oceania. Thank you, athletes. Thank you. We now come to the Commonwealth Championships, junior and youth. Please welcome the medalists to the platform. Representing bronze medal, representing Botswana, George Tawire. Commonwealth Junior Championships. Botswana seems to is missing. He must have left this morning. So, silver medal, representing Nauru, Alfred Degia. And the gold medalist, representing India, Sunil Singh. Please congratulate our Commonwealth Junior medalists in 2026. Thank you. We come now to the final ceremony for the men's Commonwealth Youth. Winner of the bronze medal, once again, Botswana, George Tawire, who is not here with us. Winner of the silver medal, representing Sri Lanka, Kariwasam Dinura. Silver. And your gold medalist representing India, Sunil Singh. Please congratulate our youth champions in 2026. Thank you, medalists. Thank you, distinguished presenters.
Now for day 2 afternoon competition, women's 58 category. Our lifters are out on stage being introduced to the audience here, this highly receptive audience. Been big crowds, big audiences here today, and throughout the rest of the week we're anticipating as well. Just meeting a couple of our lifters, a good mix of Commonwealth lifters in this category. And Nauru, of course, that's Margaret Harris, Hannah Close, Juliana Ghetto from Australia, a new face in international competition, and Erica Schreier from Canada, one of 2 Canadians in this particular weight category. It'd be interesting, as I said, spread right the way around the Commonwealth, this category, so it's going to be very, very interesting to see. Australia well represented with 4 lifters. New Zealand is in there as well. Nauru. South Africa, we're going to be seeing Annika Spice-Berger, who's been around for a while, and the all-important scene out the back. The clock is ticking. Robert Cabas, just very quickly before we take a break and come back to competition. This is a pretty open division, but India once again showing signs that it might dominate.
Well, judging by their form so far, India is the team to watch at these championships, but there's a number of highly performed Australian weightlifters in here as well, so we'll be interested to see how they perform.
Indeed it will. There's the scoreboard. You can see our lifters are just going through their final warm-ups at the moment. We'll have the first lifter out on the platform not too far away from now. Looks like it's going to be Margaret Harris who'll get us started. But that's in a few minutes or so. And before we take a little bit of a break, perhaps we should acknowledge our wonderful Samoa sponsors here, the IBFC Universal Cup 2026. IBFC, of course, major finance company looking after us here in Samoa. Vodafone as well, NBS Samoa, Samoa Tourism Authority, Waima Brewers, and the Samoa National Olympic Committee. We thank you all very much indeed for your contribution as we just see out this stanza of our competition with the referees and judges. And we'll take a break as the crowd acknowledges these very, very important people who keep this tournament rolling. And without them, Rob, we would not have a competition.
You can't run a competition without officials, and of course the vast majority, if not all, are volunteers, so certainly the sport cannot function without all these people.
So from all around the Pacific region, they voluntarily give up their time and make their way out here to Samoa. We appreciate them very much indeed. And on the end of this group of wonderful people is the great man, the Doc himself, who, as I said, his dulcet tones you'll be hearing on the feed here, the international internet feed. Here he is, the good doctor. So putting a face to the name. So if you've been hearing him on the universal feed leaving this particular venue and this competition, that's the man. Okay, we're going to take a break. We'll be back with a couple of minutes to spare before the first of our lifters hits the platform here. It's the afternoon session. It's women's. It's 58. It's straight through to the medals. We can't wait to bring it to you. We'll be back very soon. The Pacific and around the world. Pictures coming to you live from the IBFC Universal Cup 2026 here in Samoa. We're into day 2 action here, this wonderful 5-day tournament. Commonwealth rankings up for grabs, and also incredibly some pretty serious prize money as well for those that do well in our Universal Cup. And this inaugural event is attracting a lot of attention around the region and around the world, and we're certainly absolutely thrilled to be able to bring you these pictures. There you can see the contestants in the women's 58. We've already had the B session, as you might remember, and there are our finishers there. So they're just sitting at the bottom of that ladder, waiting to move up the pecking order should something untoward happen to the 12 lifters that are going to be out there this afternoon doing their thing here in beautiful Apia. Out the back, Lily Copper in charge of the all-important nomination table. This is where the coaches, you can see them just mooching around at the moment, getting things set, keeping an eye on what is happening and a number of the Australians. In fact, it's a very well represented Australian group. And we get to meet some of the young Nauruans here today as well. Here's the first of them. This is Margaret Bless Harris, who's going to get her proceedings underway with 60 kilograms in this women's 58 category competition. Nauru well represented here. Looks around at the coach a little bit forlornly.
As we mentioned before, these young competitors, perhaps their first time on the big stage, it's a lot to take in. You're thinking about the weight you have to lift. The whole environment is a little bit strange to you, and it's a little bit difficult to concentrate. She actually lifted it quite easily, and as you said, she looks back to her coach almost in surprise. Just a little bit more concentration. I'm sure she'll get the next one. She doesn't seem to be put off by it. She's smiling, doesn't look overly nervous, but I'm sure she's thinking about correcting what she did.
I tell you what, there have been, as I've been saying throughout the broadcast, some fantastic pictures coming out of the Rocks Gym up in Nauru. This young contingent of Nauruans really beginning to assert themselves, posting some really good stuff on social media as well. And obviously Nauruan weightlifting going through a little bit of a renaissance. I mean, you know, pivotal in getting the weightlifting machine going in the Pacific all those years ago, but now re-examining and reasserting itself as well.
Absolutely. I think success in Nauru is contagious to the whole area of the Pacific, and it creates healthy competition with the other states and nations. So, as you said, they've got a mix, mainly young contingent here, and I think the most impressive thing about them is the technique they've all displayed.
Indeed. Quincy Detanama there, the coach, just taking his young charges through their final preparation. Okay, so she put the first effort down. So let's see whether by taking another 5 will settle her. Margaret Harris. Well, obviously got the power and the ability, so that's a good lift.
That was well done. She's not overawed by the occasion. She took that split second to stabilize before standing up. Nice technique, as we mentioned before. She tipped back a little bit on her heels, but stabilized and got up.
And just talking about Nauru, of course, they're going to be hosting the Micronesian Games in a couple of years from now as well, Rob. And I would say they're probably going to try and make a little bit of a statement about all that. Just fantastic pictures again that we're getting, and congratulations to the TV1 crew, because we're getting some great feedback as well. Quincy there just having a bit of a chat, sorting out his young crew.
Looks like some changes taking place there in the back room.
You can see that Lily Copper sitting down at the table has got that microphone in her hand and an earpiece that she's just holding her hand up to. She's relaying information to the front of house, the MCs, and they're relaying that to us out here as well. So good news is that it's all working and functioning beautifully today. We had a few little problems yesterday, but we got through it all good. Okay, so the second of the Nauruans then, Mayani Stephen, is out with 70. Very famous surname, a relative, of course, of the great man who started all off back in 1990. And I wonder whether it just tugged her a little bit as it dropped behind her. Well, she's got some experience she's been lifting for a number of years now, despite her young age.
Yeah, and I also noticed that the nominated weight for her to start in the snatch was 80.
Yeah, I saw that myself.
If that's correct, then that's a fair amount of kilos to drop for your first actual attempt. So,
well, she ended up with a gold medal in the youth 55 in the Oceania, so she's got some form. Let's see whether she can get this settler happening.
the weight was moving all right on her first attempt, but she just seemed to be a little bit soft in the receiving position, and then the weight is not going to just stay there while you tense up, and you've got to be ready to receive it. That's better.
Just like that. All right, so the second is good for the 70, so I wonder whether they'll put a little bit more on her now, maybe finish her off at a 75.
That would probably be the most likely increase, 75.
Good control. Nice work. Good effort at 70 kilos.
Very nice. Well done. Very neat lift.
And a good recovery after that first drop of 60. So she comes away with a 70 at the end of the snatch.
Yeah, so that miss really didn't cost her anything in terms of what she was able to achieve on her third attempt, because the coach was confident. They bypassed the repeat on it, and they just went ahead with their original plan.
Here's Maioli then. And the first of the Canadians. $72 kilos for Hannah Close.
So her nominated starting weight was 68. She's gone up 4 kilograms on that. Not unusual, but it shows that the warm-up has gone well. And that's a comfortable lift.
It is. She hit the finished in 4th place at the mini games in Palau with a 75 and a 166 total after a 91 clean and jerk as well. So she's done more in comp, but this is a good starter for her, 73 kilos.
72 was her first attempt, and this is just the 1 kilo increment, so I doubt that she'll be taking that.
Yeah, interesting. Well, as I said, she did a 75 up in Palau. So chance to see the first of the Canadians, 2 of them in this category.
74 kilograms, first attempt for Georgia Canberra, representing Canada.
Years of age out of British Columbia on the Pacific Canadian coast.
Just turned 25 on the 19th of April.
Nice work. Good lift. Big improvement on competition data we have for her as well.
Canada does have a very strong and proud history of women's weightlifting. Of course, they've previously had 2 gold medalists at Olympic Games. Christine Girard was gold medalist in London 2012, and Maud Sharon was gold medalist in, well, the 2020 Games, which were actually held in 2021, and was silver medalist in 2024. So there's a long history of successful Canadian women in weightlifting at Olympic and Commonwealth Games.
Yes, a couple of big names there that you're mentioning in women's weightlifting. You can see that action just beginning to ramp up a little bit around the nominating table here. Here's Team New Zealand. Looks like Elizabeth Granger, is going to start her campaign at 75. That might bring the Australian up before her, however. No, the Australians might be taking a little bit more. So Granger will come out then for New Zealand. Here she is in shot now.
At the moment, she's the highest ranked New Zealand weightlifter in this category for the Commonwealth Games. She's ranked 7th with a 172 total. And that's not a good start.
Well, something to think about for the 35-year-old.
Just a little bit rushed, perhaps. Just a pull and drop rather than continue to pull yourself under the bar.
Okay, a look at our South African then. Berger about to come out. So Berger going to come out with 75. No, she's going to go higher. So to the other Canadian then we go. This is...
No, she's gone up as well.
Yeah, she has as well. So close, the New Zealander. Looks like she's going to have to come out.
Normally, if you're taking successive attempts, you will get 2 minutes on the clock, but because other weightlifters were called in between and they chose to move up, so she only gets the 1 minute plus whatever time was gained while the other lifters were being called.
A smile at the end of that.
Yes.
So a good second lift at 75. Well, hang on. That's good. Here's the New Zealander then.
Oh. No, she's in a spotter body.
Well, she is. And if she's the highest ranked Kiwi going into Commonwealth rankings, opportunities, I guess, for some of the younger lifters then.
Yeah.
So a little moment to think about what went wrong there for her, for Elizabeth Granger. So Maile Stephen then is out for her 75.
Oh.
So she's not looking quite as good as she has when we've seen her previously. So that 72nd lift gets her through, but dropped that first 70 and now the 75. But the 70 will do, so at least she's still alive in the comp.
Yeah. She was just a little bit all over the shop with her 3 attempts. None of the 3 looked like the other one. So her second one on 70 was quite comfortable and
she's
well executed.
And she's got the experience, as I said, bronze medals at the Pacific Games in Honiara.
She did have quite a long wait though between her second attempt and this on 70 and the third on 75. So
well, here's a critical lift here now for the New Zealander Elizabeth Granger. Third time attempt at 75. Wow. Champ steps up.
Well done.
Look at the expression. Why couldn't I have done that 5 minutes ago?
Yeah.
I should have done that 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. She was a lot more deliberate with that attempt. The pull was much longer. Just gave her time and space to get under the bar and secure it. Just got there, but she gave herself every opportunity.
She got there and she lives on in this competition.
Yeah, well done. Good lift under pressure. Once you miss your first attempt, all the attempts seem to go very quickly. Before you know it, you've missed the second and then you're in the tight corner.
So here's the Aussies. This girl has produced some sensational figures over the last couple of years. She's put on some massive improvements since we saw her first back in 2021 in the email tournaments back then. Huge lift improvements. Back then she was totaling 129s and she's now up around the 181s. Okay, Giuliana Ghetto, you've got some facts and figures on her, Rob?
Yes, she's got best of 77 in the snatch as far as I can see. So this is a lift that would indicate she's improving or rolling the dice, one of the two things. Well, very neat, look comfortable enough. She does have some experience under her belt. She represented Australia at the Junior World Championships last year and also came second at the Junior Commonwealth Championships last year and second again at the Oceania Junior Championships last year.
She was pretty thrilled with that one.
Yeah.
Just controls it, lets it unwind a little bit above her head, but does enough to control and gets the 3 white lights. So good lifting by her.
Not as easy as it looks to control the bar. Once it starts swinging in a particular direction, you don't want to overcorrect and then tip it the other way. So she did the right thing, just tensed up and was able to control it. Well done.
So here's the South African. "33 years of age now, but been at the vanguard of South African lifting for a number of years." Whoa. Surrendered that one a little bit, I thought.
It is. It looked like one of those lifts where you think you've got it, and if you just relax for a split second, it's gone. Tessa is not exactly a newcomer as such to the sport. She's been doing it for a little while now, but she doesn't have a junior history in the sport. So she came into the sport a little bit late, and so she's had to work hard at learning the techniques at an older age, which is not as easy as coming in as a junior and working your way up. She's lately been doing a fair bit of training with Paul Coffer and Eileen at their Rosebud gym where they've been training, so that's been to her benefit.
Well, this lady has come to the sport via CrossFit, another one of these graduates of CrossFit, fell in love with weightlifting. And her partner we'll see as well, Ruben Berger from South Africa, the Olympian, and her coach now. We've got a gym in Mosul Bay in Western Province. That's better. Holds that 77 this time. So this time she gets the 77 okay.
And from what we saw, she probably should have got her first, but it's, as I said, it's easy for us from up here to have a look from this angle and say, oh, that, you know, should have secured the first one.
This time she gets it. I wonder whether a few words from Mr. Coffer out the back might have just snapped her into game mode.
Could be.
There he is, the wizard, just having a bit of a word to her before she went out for that. Looked so much better, didn't it?
It was much better.
Streets ahead of the first attempt.
As we've said before, the difference between success and failure in the snatch is very small. All you can do sometimes is if you pull with the arms just a split second too early, you've already lost the lift. So you've got to focus on a long first pull with straight arms.
So here's Erica Schreier then. Now we saw her in Suva at the Commonwealth Championships. She travelled down to Suva. It was her debut international. And then later on that year went on and pulled 3 gold medals out of the Canadian Junior Championships. She's now 22, so she's moved into the seniors. But it was a pretty impressive debut back in Fiji a few years ago. Well, that was right side, not obliging.
been quite a few misses so far in this session. Unusually. And I have to say, particularly in women's weightlifting, they tend to have less misses when they lift than the men do. So it's a little bit unusual.
So Juliana Guetta, a real confidence lifter. She was thrilled when she nailed that first one at 76. Very expressive. Foot placement, Rob, we'll get you to talk about that in a minute. There's the expressive reaction to the 78 kilos. So the setup as we watch the slow-mo replay of Juliana here, if you could just let us know why she sets up as she does underneath the bar like that.
It could be that she's comfortable. It allows her to keep the bar closer to her body as she lifts. But normally, that sort of a foot stance is usually associated with Japanese, Chinese lifters who physically are different to the Western lifters. I'm not sure it's entirely suited to her body type, but it seems to be working for her. So if it's not broken, don't fix it.
Don't. So Schreier then. Her best ever snatch is a 78, so she's coming out trying to hit that mark.
A lot of approaches to the attempt. A lot of coaches and lifters will work with, well, I'm going to start.
Once again, collapsing on the right side. Just didn't quite get underneath it properly either, and that just exacerbated that drop off the right side.
Yeah. So, as I was saying, some lifters and coaches like to start heavy, and they say, well, at least we're going to have 3 cracks at getting the weight that we want. There's no point starting light and not getting the most that you can on the day, but it can have the opposite effect. It doesn't allow you to gradually work up to the weight that you really want to get.
Well, we're getting close to the pointy end of this women's 58 division as well, as Close comes out. 78 on the bar for her.
No.
And that, unfortunately, is not going to do it for her. So we've got the South Africans still around, Canadians as well. Yet to see one of the Aussies. And we've got the Indian going on. And I think we might have seen her younger sister in the 44s earlier on in the week. Shares the same surname, and this is the 19-year-old. I think it's her older sister. But anyway, let's have a look at Georgia Cameron here.
That time, that swing around was too much for her to correct.
That was big for her. But I mean, considering that just a few years ago she was doing 62s, I mean, this is pretty big stuff. Well, Erica here has got to get this, because again, we don't want to see the fateful bomb. And it's the right-hand side that's been causing us some dramas. As I said, we saw her in Fiji a couple of years ago. She's done 78 in comp. That's a bit of a tragedy for the Canadian, and she is absolutely distraught. She is not happy at all. Oh, that's a tragedy for the Canadian.
Very, very close. I don't know whether it's the certain types of weightlifting shoes that are prevalent these days, but the number of lifters that I've seen, and it can't be all just an error in pulling technique. The number of lifters that I've seen rock back on their heels and have their toes come up and then try and stabilize before completing the lift. I'm just thinking maybe there's something wrong with those weightlifting shoes, their structure.
Gogoi, India, asserting herself here. 19-year-old and junior and senior lifter here in this competition. Thank you very much indeed. Absolutely means business. And got a feeling that we saw a little sister do the same thing in the 44s the other day as well.
I'm not sure if it was her sister, but I know this girl comes from Assam, which is in the northeast of India. And her coach, her original coach, she now trains at the National Training Center, but her original coach sent me a message saying, look out for one of my students. She's competing tomorrow.
That'd be fantastic. The contacts you have, Mr. Cavas. Okay, here's Kayla Miller-George, 79. She's looked very strong too. Oh, tough. Tough stuff from the Aussie.
Well done. Very consistent. And we've talked before about having a certain routine that you follow on every lift. It keeps you grounded. It doesn't matter where you're lifting, whether it's a new environment, a big stage, a small stage, training, competition. If you stick to that routine all the time, it keeps you grounded, it keeps you confident, your thoughts don't stray.
Well, we saw her in an email competition way back when, the early 2021, 129 total. This year she's doing 181 totals. Okay, Kolomoisky here.
Ashley's from Melbourne, trains at the Melbourne West Barbell Club, and one of the coaches here, Katie Hanover, is also her personal coach.
If she gets that, that is probably the lift of the tournament so far. Goodness gracious. Oh,
now,
brilliant.
Can I say that that particular lift typifies her lifting in that, not the way that she didn't get it in the slot, but the way that she fought it out. So, of all the lifters that I've seen in recent times,
well, that breaks her.
I think she is as tough as any weightlifter that I've seen.
Well, and that breaks her own record, Oceania Junior record, which she set in India. So she's just broken a record there with that lift, her opener. That's brilliant. Okay, so the 70 or the 80 goes down, so she's going to go through to the next round with the 77. Yeah, I saw Kolomoisky at the Hawthorn Gym about a year or so ago, and she was a bit of a standout then.
She's a very tough competitor.
Oh, she is tough as
she
nails.
Is gutsy. I've seen her do some lifts that most lifters would not have saved.
Well, she shouldn't have got that.
She shouldn't have.
Oh, and she's looking so much more comfortable as well. Tessa Rim, another Australian, knocking out an 80 here. She looked a little bit underdone with those first snatches, but look, who's she crediting? Well,
she looked out of sorts with her first attempt, but she certainly come back strongly, and that was a very nice lift.
Well, the Aussies are really squabbling over places here now. 3 of them in and around this 80 mark. So Juliana out of New South Wales, she also has great form. Wow. She'll be so thrilled. That is good lifting. These Australians are banging out these big 80s.
3 out of 3.
That's nice work. Okay. So Kolomoisky is still alive.
82 kilograms, second attempt.
Gogong here.
Ooh.
Wow. Okay, overcooks that one, but so this girl is a fighter as well, I tell you. 76 or 79.
She's been very solid, very consistent.
Now the 82. We'll put her into the lead. Oh. Just brushes the top of her head. So 79 is her best. Yeah, so close.
The dynamic start where you get into motion and then lift straight away is not a bad setup because it gets your whole body and bar in motion all in the one thing. The only drawback sometimes is that you cut the pull short because you're in motion already. You don't follow through with the lift, and before you know it, you've just dropped under the weight but haven't had enough height on it.
Gogo here trying to get a little bit of light between her and the Australians with this 82 attempt. Oh, no. So 79 is her best. Well, Kolomoisky going to come out here. So she's attempting to break the Oceania Junior record she set just moments ago, breaking her own record that she'd set last year in India that was sitting on 79. She broke it with her opening 80 and now the 83. Rob, you'd back her, wouldn't you?
You'd be brave if you didn't. She may have spent this. She may have spent a lot of energy on saving that first attempt, and then you've got a bit of a wait between attempts. You cool down a little bit. You've lost a little bit of that adrenaline rush because realistically, she was in a better position to complete that lift than her first attempt.
Well, 3 Aussies at the moment in contention. We've got Juliana Ghetto doing the 80. We've got Tessa Rim doing her 80, and we've got Ashley Kolomoisky here in shot. She's done her 80 as well, and she's got 1 to come. This is where she could just cut it up a little bit if she wanted to. Just the news is the Canadian Erica Schreier out after bombing on her 78s, and that was a shame. She'd introduced herself to us in Fiji at the Commonwealth Championships a couple of years ago, so a long way to travel. Okay, Kolomoisky, absolute fighter, current Oceania junior record holder.
Oh.
Okay, well, 80 is going to do it. So the three Aussies then, at the end of the snatch, have got themselves just into the lead here. Kolomoisky, Rim, and Ghetto have got the 80s. And close behind them is Gogoi, the Indian, on 79. And also Kayla Miller-Gorse as well. So it's set up for an intriguing battle in the clean and jerk, Rob. How are you seeing it?
Well, hopefully the lifters will settle down, because the ratio of failed attempts to successful attempts is tipping wildly to the failure side, which is unusual in competition at this level. But not only that, unusual in women's competition.
And look at the amount of red there on the board, just making Rob's point. You can see the red, the failed lifts, and unfortunately down at the bottom there in position number 12, Erica Schreier, the Canadian, out with that 78 successive bombs.
Yeah.
So that's the situation then. We're going to take a little bit of a break here from the women's 58. The competition continuing at the IBFC Universal Cup here in Samoa. Join us when the medals get decided in the clean and field, only just. And as we were saying earlier on in the transmission here at the IBFC Universal Cup, well, Commonwealth rankings are up for grabs, and also, of course, a little bit of prize money at the end of the week as well, not only for individuals but also for teams. As Rob Cabas, my co-commentator, was saying earlier on in the day, he was remarking on the amount of red on the scoreboard. Look at the number of fails or drop lifts here in this particular category. These women are really pushing themselves to the brink, and their numbers are suffering as a consequence. Who's going to hold on in the clean and jerk? Rob Cabas, you're the coach, you tell us.
It will be interesting, that's for sure. If the clean and jerk was judged purely on guts and being tough, then Kolomoisky would be in the pole position. But there's more to it than that, and I say there are a number starting on 100 kilograms. In this snatch, 80 was the magic number, so you've got 3 on 80 and a couple on 79. So it's going to be very interesting. And the strategy in the clean and jerk will be vital, because especially with the 1 kilo increments, whoever totals first is in the lead. You've got to lift 1 kilo more, so do you try and get your total up first, or do you wait and see what you need and hold a couple of attempts in store? That'll be interesting to see how the coaches approach the strategies in the clean and jerk.
So here's one of these newly discovered Nauruans. And of course this is Margaret Harris. Recovered nicely after she put down her first snatch at 60, came back and answered with a 65, and then put away a 70. So a little bit of a glitch to get things underway here in her first major international competition, but recovered very well and seems to be enjoying herself. Looks very calm out there, not really overawed by the situation. And she'll have that. Good start for her.
That's a very comfortable weight, because I mean she snatched that 70, so it's well within her capabilities. But obviously the coach is making sure that if there's a medal at stake here, that's their first priority. Make sure that you win the medal that's available to you, or put yourself in the best position to win it, and then look at jumping and taking the higher weights.
Indeed, so there are a number of competitions which we must remind ourselves of taking part and being competed for here at the Oceanias. We've got the youth, the junior, seniors, we've got Oceanias as well. So there's a number of categories that these lifters are falling into. we're painting big pictures here, but for a number of them, there's a lot of very dynamic competition going on at Oceania level as well, amongst the seniors, the juniors, and the youth competitors as well. Very complex, and Oceania weightlifting got it well and truly under control.
And as far as Margaret was concerned, that was absolutely the correct call, because 70 kilograms assures her of the medal in the youth competition, and now she can jump 10 kilograms, which looks a lot on paper or on the board, but well within her capability. She snatched 70, and with that first attempt clean and jerk of 70, she power cleaned it and just rammed it overhead easily.
17 years of age, and as I said, lifting in the 3 categories here, youth, junior and senior. Fantastic international debut for her, and a great learning experience as well, and I think probably enjoying a little bit of attention down there at the same time.
Oh, she's definitely enjoying it. And if you enjoy what you're doing, that's when you improve, because you do the necessary work, and it doesn't seem like a chore to you. It's not a job, it's something, it's a passion, and she's definitely enjoying the surroundings.
Okay, see how she goes. Big 10K jump. She got it. She thinks she's got it. And 2 out of 3 judges do as well.
Yeah.
81 kilograms for loaders. 81 kilograms. Third and final attempt. Wes Harris.
Just her right arm at the tiny little push.
Here's
Probably
another
attracted the one red light.
Here's another one of the young Nauruans. This is my only Stephen. Wow. So I think the coach is letting you know that 85 is what he's going to ask you to do, and that she's got this.
I think also what he was clarifying was, if you're holding the bar overhead and the down signal isn't coming, pay attention to the center referee, because they will give you a manual sign to put the bar down in case the scoring, the light system is not working. So he's telling her to be aware of that. Don't just keep on holding it there. Look at the chief referee if it's not happening in time, and they will signal for you to put the bar down.
Tuanaimato done some great work with these young lifters, I tell you what. JoBeth Derrigier in the background there as well after her performances yesterday. Pretty impressive. Testing you a little bit much, but the 80 will do fine. Thank you very much indeed. 85 too much today for Miss Harris from Nauru.
Absolutely, she should be pleased with that. Young girl.
Yeah, great effort on debut, showing good character, presence of mind, not overawed by the circumstance, learning a lot, and listening to what the coach has to say. Okay, so that's done. And another of the Nauruans, here she is. Naomi, she's going to come out and do 90.
Which is also 10 kilos under what she had listed at her starting attempt.
I saw that.
Look, sometimes it could be a strategy the Commonwealth Games in Brisbane, I competed against a Canadian, and he had his starting attempts above the Commonwealth records. So I think he overplayed his card because I knew there was no way he was actually going to start on those weights. So sometimes there's a little bit of strategy in it.
Speed under the bar. Just watch the foot movement underneath this bar. She's really super fast.
She's definitely explosive, very fast, explosive. Sometimes though the bar doesn't end up in the position that she wants and she has to try and quickly correct. Happened a little bit in the snatch. Here her back foot was dragging a little bit, almost flat onto the platform, but she had no problem recovering.
Well, Elizabeth Granger, the New Zealander, had a bit of a struggle with 75 in the snatch. Took her 3 attempts to get it. She did in the end. It was a real good fighting lift, but it's not the way that the top-ranked New Zealander in this division would want to have started her campaign here in Apia. 92. She was thinking about that for a very long time.
Tough day at the office for her today. She's certainly not looking comfortable with any of her lifts.
Was it under? Was she? Okay, Hannah Close then going to come out with a 92, also from New Zealand. She'll take that. 4th at the Mini Pacific Games. Where she finished up with a 166 total. And she, with that lift, has improved on what we saw her do at the Mini Pacific Games in Palau, where she got a 91. So she's improved by 1 on that. A couple more lifts to come. Granger then. This could be a problem for her. We saw the Canadian go down with 78 in the snatch. I'm a little fearful that Elizabeth is just having a tough day.
The jerks are just looking too heavy at this stage, so there's nothing that you can pinpoint and say, no, you better do this or change this or whatever. You just got to drive it as high as you can. But unfortunately, the case for her is there's no lack of effort or endeavor, but it's harder for her because she doesn't seem to have a great lock, overhead lock, so it makes it that much harder for the jerks to secure. So she really has an uphill battle here. Snatches, sometimes you can miss the first 2 and there's a lot more technique involved. It's not really the weight, and you can just hit it on your 3rd and make it. When you miss your first 2 clean and jerks, So they need to sort out what's happening here with the board. Either the order of lift. So they need to sort out what's happening here with the board. Either the order of lifting
Here's the
is
announcement.
incorrect. Yeah.
Okay, they've sorted out. So Granger's going to come back with the 92 then.
Yep. And she's received the benefit of some extra rest.
Yeah, helped her a great deal.
Yeah.
So now it comes a calling. Whoa, she's going higher. She wants more rest. So Kayla Miller-Gorse for Australia comes out. She finished snatch 1 behind her 3 compatriots. So this is her opening gambit here. 93. Looks good. She's pretty happy with that, I think.
So that's her routine, the same as the snatch, where she gets into her position. She'll bend and straighten her arms twice and then pull on the third.
So currently in second place at the end of the snatch, but that's a nice clean and jerk. Puts a bit of pressure on this girl who was a co-leader at the end of the snatch alongside of Rim and Kolomoisky. So let's see the setup then. This is 93.
Well, you would have to say that there are many ways that you can miss your first attempt in the clean and jerk. This is probably one of the worst ways to do it, because if you can't get up with your clean, then there's something wrong there.
Okay, my only Stephen then has been watching all this theatrics between the Australians and the New Zealanders. And she's coming out for her second. Whoa.
What was I saying about the worst way to miss your...
She was nowhere in position for that pull, was she? And that's basically where she should be trying to exert his maximum velocity on that bar as she pulls it up. So this is where the role of the coach here comes to play.
There's not much you can do here, as I said, other than trying to build up her confidence.
Ghetto then had been very precise in the snatch. With a momentary lapse on the 93.
Let's hope a better pull will give her better timing and she can just bounce out of that clean rather than having to struggle out from a setting position.
Looking at the clock with 5. All right. Left elbow.
It's very difficult. Yeah, she's
long time.
She's starting. Well, she's doing the right thing because you can't attempt the jerk while your elbows and arms are shaking. That was a very, very brave effort and very close to success. Because obviously she was having trouble there, maybe with the breathing, arms and elbows spasming a little bit. So she collected her thoughts, and then at some stage you've just got to go, otherwise the weight starts to feel heavy and push you down. So,
well, here's Granger then while we watch that. So she's had a little bit of respite out the back. She put the 92 down twice, this to stay alive in the competition. She's watched the Australian struggle at 93. This is her chance to redeem herself and pull it back. She's a champ. She's been around for a while. Off the platform. Now, here it hits.
This is the trouble area. Well, to her credit, that's the closest she came to completing the lift.
And it's a troubling sport. It's a vexatious sport at times. It can give, but it takes such a lot as well, this sport of weightlifting. The iron sport, we love it dearly, but it can be an absolute...
And there's nowhere to hide.
Vagabond.
You're out there on your own in the platform, just you and the bar.
And the 93 just clatters to the platform. So my only Stephen then put her 93 down. She comes back to try and make amends here.
No.
Oh, again.
No.
That second or that first pull is just nowhere near it. So that's the end of her with a 160 total. Now, this girl as well, living dangerously. She looked so bright and effervescent in the snatch, and she was part of the lead at the end of it, one of 3 Australians. And now, staring into the abyss.
Yeah, and she has a listed best of 97 clean and jerk, so it wasn't unreasonable to start at 93 kilograms.
So this is where we dig deep to see what championship character she has.
She showed a lot of grit on her last attempt. If she can just get a slightly better pull and get out of that clean easier, then she's a real shot in the jerk.
Well,
in this case here, I have to say maybe she wanted to try and get rid of the weight before she started to feel any side effects. In this particular case here, she just rushed it a little bit. I mean, with the other one, she took her time and she almost succeeded, and you would think that would have been the way to go again, but...
Well, again, as you were saying earlier on, this women's 58, it's been a very temperamental, strange division, hasn't it? I mean, the fails and the misses have just been extraordinary. We've seen 2 bomb outs in the space of 1 division. It's just unusual in the way that everybody's been lifting over the last day and a half. So here's Hannah Close then.
Unfortunately, every competition has 1 session that seems to attract a lot of red lights, and this seems to be the session.
There's another fail as well. Luckily, she's got the 92 in the bank, but
on her 92, she did have a little bit of trouble on the way up with the clean. Her back was rounding at the very top of the squat,
Yep.
And that was her undoing there.
But as I said, that was two better than what we'd seen her in competition. So she was right on the edge, right on the edge of the envelope with that 92 that she got. Coming out and asking for 95 under these circumstances. Warm afternoon here in Apia. I wonder whether that might be having a little bit of an impact. The expectation of competition, the pressure of Commonwealth qualifying, all these factors. It's a head job.
And the more lefts that are missed, the more that your warm up is thrown out of kilter, because you could be ready to come on the stage and take your first attempt, but someone misses one, then two, then three, then someone else misses another one, and before you know it, you start to calm down. Your mind may stray from your thoughts may stray.
Well, Cameron will want this 96. Get her something to work with in the clean and jerk. Initially nominated 94, so she must have gone all right in the warm-up out the back, but I just wonder whether she might. No, Close is going to try and get out there on the platform before her. She's going to go to 97. Oh, wow, this is big. This is a bit of a throw of the dice by the Kiwis.
It's a Hail Mary.
So 98 going on the bar. That throws the initiative back on the Canadians. Georgia Cameron is out there.
Now, the reason that Hannah is going to 78 is that will give her a 173 total, which will be 1 kilo more than Elizabeth Granger has as the New Zealander on the Commonwealth Games ranking list.
Well, that's nice. So a little bit of equilibrium is restored here in the women's 58 as first attempt by Cameron knocks over the 98. So restores a little bit of the equilibrium.
A little bit of twist onto the right. If you remember, that's how she snatched as well. So not as obvious here. So hopefully she can keep that contained.
Okay. So our provisional leader at the moment, still those Australians, and this girl was trailing them by one at the end of that snatch, with a couple of opportunities to join them, but she put down that 82. So here she starts at 98 then. Nice and steady under the 98. That's good.
So she's the new leader at this stage.
Interesting that she came in at 98 though, Rob. She was down for a 102 start, so probably seen the mayhem out there and wants to just get this one
yeah, absolutely.
in the
and
bag.
Also the fact that she missed 2 of her snatches.
So here's the South African. Finished off the snatch with that 77. Here's her opponent 98 as well. Well, she finished in 4th place in the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham back in 22. Bronze medalist at the African Championships, and then silver medalist at the Mauritian International Open. No, 2-1. Yeah, 2-1. Boy, for a moment I thought the MC had said it was a no lift.
Yeah.
frightening us.
One red line.
So Kayla Gorse has come out and put 5 on her opener, which was 93.
That would put her ahead of the South African, but still behind the Indian because she had reached the total first.
Just admiring the logo on the front of the Australian tunic there, Rob.
It looks familiar.
Yeah, sure it does. Okay, Hannah Close then. She's getting into territory where she's never lifted this heavy before in competition. This is really big for her. This will be an absolutely bruising effort if she can get this.
Yeah, I mean, she's already totaled, and she's not really in the running at this stage for the top medals. But this will give her the top rank amongst New Zealanders.
But
so
that's not going to happen today, unfortunately.
No, but she had to have a crack.
Yeah, that was a real big ask. She got nowhere near that before in comp. Okay, so the South African moving pretty nicely at the moment. She asked for 99 here.
Yeah, I don't think it should come out for that. That's just
that's
one
just
killer.
a nominal. They're going triple digits now. Kolomoisky coming up with 100. So she broke that junior Commonwealth record in her first effort. What can she do here? Just having a quick look at the junior Oceania records. In fact, she will break Juliana Ghetto's Oceania junior record if she comes out. Ghetto's got 97, which she did in 25 in India. So this is going to really set off a bit of a debate ahead of the Commonwealth Games. Kolomoisky coming out with a big 100 here. Wow, she's just got herself an Oceania junior record, breaking Ghetto's 97 posted last year, and she's come out and done it again with her first lift. She did it first up with her snatch, breaking the Oceania record. Now she's come out with a clean and jerk at 100 and done exactly the same thing as well. You got big raps on her, haven't you, Rob?
Yep, very, very gutsy lifter. Even if her foot was slightly out of position in that split, didn't let it bother her. It's very determined.
Not a great afternoon then for Juliana Ghetto, bombing out in the clean and jerk, and her clean and jerk record taken off her. Berger then coming out to try and emulate that 100. Senior lifter from South Africa. Looks all right.
Nice. Yeah, good
Looks
lift.
good.
Very calm, very deliberate in her approach and lifting.
Lots of experience. Well, now the Australians beginning to have a little bit of a crack at one another. You remember there was 3 of them at the end of the snatch, including this girl, Tessa Rim, who were leading. And it was very interesting that Paul Coffer came down and had a bit of a natter to her midway through that snatch when she was looking a little bit out of sorts, and all of a sudden things seemed to settle down for her, and she went on and equal lead at the end of the snatch. 101.
No.
Wow. close. Brutally close.
That was hard work.
Brutally close. So Georgie Cameron coming out. She's going higher. Kolomoisky, is she coming out for more?
Not for this.
Yep. So Tessa Rim going to come out and does some heavy hitting coaching.
She used up a lot of energy in that first attempt for.
But it was an interesting
Not a good
correction that she
result.
made in that snatch after she was in a little bit of difficulty early on. She came back and nailed that big 80.
Yeah, she can do this because obviously she still got close with all that hard work that she had to go through. She still came close to succeeding. So hopefully this one, that's it. No, she won't get it.
She's trying to convince the judges that she's good, but she's not going to get it. She held on for dear life, but unfortunately couldn't convince them. Let's have a look at the fouls here, Rob. Yeah, that right arm is all over the shop.
Too obvious, yeah.
You can see that for those of you maybe just joining weightlifting for the first time, those elbows are just going to be locked out. They cannot unbreak. They're going to be locked out, no movement whatsoever. Constitutes a double movement, not allowed in weightlifting, Olympic weightlifting anyway, and alas, ruled a no lift. So things getting a little bit tense here, a lot at stake. Universal Cup, of course, the IBFC Universal Cup. Commonwealth rankings, national standings.
Well, this lift is for first place at this stage anyway. So there's a lot at stake.
Okay, Rim is going to go higher, which brings this lifter out. 102 going up 4 on a 98. She is really hitting some numbers that she's never done before in competition as well here. This 102 is going to give her a sizable total with a lift to come as well. Wow, intriguing division. So she remains with that 174 total. The Indian with 177 with 2 lifts to come. And Spitzberger as well with that 177 total with a lift to come. Here she comes, 102, the South African.
Her 100 looked the easiest of the lot so far, so she's got a good chance of getting this one.
I reckon she might have done enough.
Yes, I think so.
She looks ruefully and she gets it. What a fighting lift by the South African. Well, she can go home to her wonderful Eden Fitness Gym in Mosul Bay on the beautiful Western Province coast of South Africa. That's a beautiful piece of work, contemplating her place at the Commonwealth Games.
Very determined lift. She could have easily lost that a number of times, but she refused to let go.
So 179 total there and 102. 3 good lifts in the clean and jerk. Okay, here's the Canadian.
Push.
She reckons she's got it. And she gets it 2-1, so another good lift. Finishes up with her 178 total.
103 kilograms, 7
Well, got her best clean and jerk at 102. So this is improving that by 1 in competition. Oh, that's nice as well. Gogoy, the 19-year-old, lifting in the juniors and the seniors with a 103. Very handy second lift. Puts her up on a nominal 182 total. Okay, now Ashley Kolomowski here. Going to have a crack at her record that she set just moments ago when she came out and knocked off the record that had been held by Juliana Ghetto, who bombed out of this category with 3 fouls at 95. Kolomowski came out and nailed the 100. Here's 104. Wow. Wowee. That is beautiful lifting. Kolomowski on fire here for the Australians. And another record. She's just broken her record in successive lifts. First at 100, second at 104. Rob.
You can't count her out at any stage of the lift. Very deep squat. She had to fight hard to get out of the squat. Then the jerk. She's got a very good lockout, which can compensate for anything else that you may do that's not correct. But
look at Kayla Miller-Gorse here. She's pumping under these circumstances as well, because at 105 she knows she's got the lift of her career now. We've got Commonwealth Games beckoning, and she's just seen Kolomowski do the 104. She's going to try and better that by 1. This is 105.
Yeah, it's the wrong lifter.
It is.
But it should be her if it's 105. If they're both taking the same weight, then she should go before Tessa.
And she's pumped, and she was in it, and she was in the zone, and now she's got to reset, and she's not happy. She was pumped, and Tessa Rimland's going to come out with a 105.
So Kayla must be going more than 105.
She was so in the zone.
Because the order of lifting, if they're both taking 105, it should have been Kayla first.
Here's Rim, 105. So this is the throw of the dice for her. 2 101 fails, just to stay alive in the competition for Rim. It's not going to happen for us. So she's gone. Another bomb. Goodness. The red ink through this division is just outrageous.
the reds were contagious.
Look at all the red here. Okay, now has Miller Gorse been able to pump herself up again? She was right in the zone before. She's got a 106.
Look, she's in the same boat as Elizabeth Granger. She needs this weight to move herself up the rankings. It's a big ask, but she has nothing to lose.
So this is a monstrous lift in her career here. Can't do it.
As I said, it was a big ask.
Huge ask. So her best is 93 for a 172 total. So that's Miller Gorse gone. Well, it's the South African who's leading the competition at the moment. Correction, it's the Indian actually with a 182 with the South African in second place.
Well, Ashley Kolomoisi's got 184.
Well, she has, yes. We've got her to see as well, haven't we? She's got a 184. You're absolutely right. So, in fact, it's Kolomoisky that's controlling the division at the moment. Gogoy then, third attempt, 106 for her. Indian crowd here like it, so do some of the kids behind us, and so do the judges. So that's a 106 for her, so what a great way to finish off her tournament. Gogoy, 106.
And that moves her in the lead by 1 kilo.
It does indeed over Kolomoisky, the Australian. She moves to 185. So Kolomoisky then, this is it. This is where it hits the road big time. Last lift in this women's 58. She's broken the junior record in snatch and twice in the clean and jerk. And now for the win in the 58 Women's Universal Cup.
Of course, she only needed 106 for the win, so they may have already used up all their changes and not able to change it.
No. Wow. What a way to finish off. Kolomoisky just failing by 1 kilo, but she has an incredible record here. So Kolomoisky finishing behind the Indian Gogoy. Wow, India does it again. Just the Aussie challenge there, Rob. It was on, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and I think at the end of the day, it's the young lifters that got it done, the juniors. Ashley, Kolomoisky and Gogoy from India.
Look at the amount of red there. It was absolutely red all over the shop this afternoon in this women's 58. You don't usually see that number of fails, nor the bomb outs as well. Look at that. It took a toll, the women's 58. In the end, it was India that prevailed by just the 1 kilogram. And once again, in these lighter divisions, the Indian team, they've come here to plunder some medals and probably some cash as well out of the IBFC Universal Cup here in Samoa. Well, the action is continuing here this afternoon and into the evening as well, because we're not too far away from a start in the men's 71 category. And I tell you what, there will be a little bit of interest in the in that particular division by the local fans.
Yeah.
We're looking forward to bringing you that as the action continues here. But for the moment, from this wonderful facility, we're going to take a little bit of a break and get ready for the men's 71. Continuing coverage of the IBFC Universal Cup 2026 here from Samoa. Don't go too far away. Men's action coming up.
Medals for this session of competition will be presented by the President of the Oceania Weightlifting Federation, the Honourable Marcus Stevens. He will be accompanied by Dr. Monikabi, the Commonwealth Weightlifting Federation Medical Officer. Tuapopi Jerry Walworth, Samoa National Olympic Committee President and Chairperson of the Organising Committee for this event. Medals for the snatch competition for the Universal Weightlifting Cup. The bronze medalist representing the Republic of South Africa, Annika Spiesberger. The silver medalist representing Australia, Kayla Milagos. The gold medalist representing Australia, Tessa Rim. Medalists for the clean and jerk for the Universal Weightlifting Cup. The bronze medalist representing Australia, Kayla Milagos. The silver medalist representing Canada, Georgia Cameron. The gold medalist representing the Republic of South Africa, Annika Spiesberger. Medalists for the total for the Universal Weightlifting Cup. The bronze medalist representing Australia, Kayla Milagos. The silver medalist representing Canada, Georgia Cameron. The gold medalist representing the Republic of South Africa, Annika Spiesberger. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please stand for the national anthem of the Republic of South Africa? Medalists for the Oceania Championships. The bronze medalist representing Nauru, Bless Harris. The silver medalist representing Nauru, my only Stephen. The gold medalist and Oceania champion, representing Australia, Kayla Milagos. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please stand for the national anthem of Australia? Thank you, lifters. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please make welcome and congratulate the medalists in the Oceania Junior Championships and the Oceania Youth Championships. For the competition in the Oceania Junior Championships, the bronze medalist representing Nauru, Bless Harris. The silver medalist representing Nauru, my only Stephen. The gold medalist and Oceania Junior champion with a complete rewrite of the Oceania Junior records, representing Australia, Ashley Kolomoisky. Thank you, lifters. Competition for the Oceania Youth Championships. the bronze medalist, representing Fiji, Adelina Volokavaki. The silver medalist, representing New Caledonia, Melissa Ortezi. The gold medalist and Oceania Youth Champion, representing Nauru, Bless Harris. Thank you, lifters. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate and make welcome one final time the medalists in the Commonwealth Youth and Junior Championships. Medalists for the Commonwealth Junior Championships, the bronze medalist, representing Nauru, my only Stephen. The silver medalist, representing Australia, Ashley Kolomoisky. The gold medalist and Commonwealth Junior Champion, representing India, Asangfa Gogoi. Thank you, lifters. Medalists for the Commonwealth Youth Championships. The bronze medalist, representing Fiji, Adelina Volokavaki. The silver medalist, representing Sri Lanka, Azarili Halhina. The gold medalist and Commonwealth Youth Champion, representing Nauru, Bless Harris. Thank you, lifters. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the formalities for this session of competition. The presentation of lifters for the next session will take place at 5 o'clock. Thank you.
Beautiful day here in Apia, and wish you were here with us. We're enjoying life at the IBFC Universal Cup 2026, the inaugural event, and it's going off. I tell you what, we've been talking to Commonwealth entrants, Commonwealth players, Commonwealth coaches, and Apia, the centre of weightlifting in the Pacific at the moment, and Oceania as well. It's produced some real champions, and we're about to probably see a couple of them at work as well in the men's 71 upcoming. Alongside me is Robert Cabas, Olympian and Commonwealth champion as well. Pulled a silver medal out of the Los Angeles Olympic Games alongside of another great Australian, Dean Lucan. What a year for Australian weightlifting it was. Here to tell us and give us his incisive views on what's happening here on the men's 71, Robert Cabas, welcome back to us this evening.
Thank you, happy to be here. As you said, we're probably looking at some Commonwealth Games medalists in this division. John Tuffy of Samoa and Ezekiel Moses of Nauru will both be contenders, strong contenders for a medal at the Commonwealth Games, as will Abhinav Gogoi of India. However, the Indians have a very strong team. They bat way down the list, so he may not be able to get into their team, but there's certainly a lot of medal potential here, and I'm looking forward to the vocal home support that John Tuffy will get, no doubt. The atmosphere here has been sensational.
I tell you what, they're going to blow the windows out of this wonderful Faleata Sports Complex. Of course, we're right next door to the Oceania Complex as well. It's breeding a lot of Samoan champions, and tonight, who knows, Mr. Tuffy is going to be out there doing his thing in the men's 71. He comes in with a monstrous entry level 320 big kilos, and in the men's 71, that is just a monster. The Samoan crew getting set to welcome him to the stage, and we will as well, because here they come, and wait for the roar when they get out onto the deck here. It's been a fabulous day already, and we're in for a lovely evening here. Second day of competition. Just waiting to introduce the competitors to this crowd. 10 in the end making it through. Of course, there were a number of entries early on, but circumstances in the Middle East have prevented a number of lifters from traveling down to us here in this beautiful and peaceful part of the world, Pacific Oceania. But those that are here are certainly enjoying a feast of weightlifting and getting some insights into some views on the outcome of the Commonwealth Games as well, because listen to the noise. Rob, have you ever been to a weightlifting tournament like this before?
No, this is a one-off.
It is going off here. It is absolutely going off. Goodness gracious. So just introducing you to lifters here. That's Moses of Nauru, Gogoi of India, 276 entry total. Could be a bit of a handful later. Gankar from Fiji, big roar for him as well. Need I say any more? Nisaniaka from Sri Lanka with a 210 entry. Kamali Lifo there. Bua Itera from Fiji comes with a 190. Bravo from Tuvalu, first Tuvaluan player we've seen here. And for Kestaloi from Singapore, I mean, what an introduction to weightlifting in Oceania this must be for him. It is just going off. Rob, how do you see it? Money's got to be on John Tuffy, the Samoan, and if he goes anywhere near his best, he's going to be a real handful, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's gold medal potential for the Commonwealth Games. If we're looking that far ahead, we'll just take it one competition at a time, to quote the old coaching adage. But yes, he's the standout favourite here. But let's not leave Moses from Nauru out of it.
Well, they've had some great battles over the years, and but lately Taffy has just basically put distance and light on him.
Yes, and he's put in some impressive training efforts that we've seen lately. So it no doubt will be very, very interesting to watch.
So the officials about to be introduced. So about to introduce you to the referees and tournament officials. Because there's a pretty ornate regime around this as well, in terms of certification and qualification, programs they've got to attend. It's a pretty famous name face from Samoa.
Well, famous family of weightlifters here, but he was a very, very good weightlifter.
He was a brilliant weightlifter in the day, wasn't he?
He competed here in 2007 at the World Cup, which was held in Samoa, and put on a great performance. I think I'm right in saying that he probably led the way early on in the Samoan weightlifters breaking into international elite standards.
Yeah. Started the big breakthrough. The Upolonges, of course, they're setting up the dynasty then. From Australia. So the good doctor going one way, the other officials going the other. They split the difference. Well, there's the situation then. And we have a quick look out the back. Have a look at what's going on. Pepe, Jerry Warwick there, oversighting things. His boy, John Taffy, about to get to work here in about 7 minutes' time. That means we'll take stock of the situation. We'll take a little bit of a break right now, and we'll come back with about 2 minutes before the first of the lifters gets out on this platform. We're looking forward to a big Samoan celebration here tonight in the men's 71. Should be absolutely fantastic. Don't go too far away, because the action is just about to roar to a start here in Apia. We're live and with the IBFC Universal Cup 2026 here in Samoa. Come back to us soon. Because in the men's 71, get out on the platform. It's going to be absolutely uproarious here this evening. Cannot wait. And I tell you what, for some of the international lifters, they are just gobsmacked when they see the noise that this crowd can make. And tonight, a couple of this crew are going to just go off when they see their boy John Taffy get to work in the men's 71. But some good rounded Oceania reps as well here. Robert Cabas, who joins us in commentary.
Yes, quite a number of the Oceania competitors spread throughout this weight class. No New Zealanders or Australians traditionally, or rather than traditionally, but lately, Australia hasn't produced the required lifters in the lighter weight categories, so we'll see them compete in the heavier weight classes. But the Pacific teams have been strung right through, from the lightest to the heaviest weight categories. And 71 kilograms is still what we would consider as one of the lighter weight categories, but nothing light about the weights that they'll be lifting this evening.
Indeed, going to be very interesting there. John Taffy, the Samoan, comes in with a entry weight of 320. The Nauruan Moses Ezekiel is the next best. But here's the young Fijian getting ready. And what a debut and baptism of fire it's going to be for him. Faleata from Fiji. Henry Elder, the coach, getting him all worked up for his big debut here. Competing in the junior and the senior. So big debut here in this category tonight. 75 on the bar. Fights it, didn't want to debut with 75 and putting it on the ground. He'll have that.
Well controlled, it swayed dangerously there, but he controlled it, and he's got 2 white lights.
So we're just adjusting our mics here because I think we're going to have to be pretty direct into them tonight. Sorry, Rob.
Yeah, no problems. Yeah, 2 white lights for this lift here. And also, if you look at his grip, he's got very long arms. Normally that grip would be associated with some of the super heavies and the heavier weight categories. So long arms probably helps him in the snatch. You get to good leverage for this particular lift.
Indeed, 18 years of age, and as I said, competing in both senior and junior levels tonight. What a big debut for him. Could be following himself as well. The automatic increment of 76 goes up, but let's see whether there's a little bit of action happening. So yeah, there's the Fiji team supporting their boy. As I said earlier on the competition as well, Henry Elder, the coach, Delashore, doing some fantastic work in Fiji, and they brought a young team over here as well. In fact, a number of the countries around the Pacific are bringing on a new generation of young players as well. Dika Tour up in Papua New Guinea doing a lot of work with some of the younger players. We've seen them as well. And here in Samoa, likewise. Okay, 77 we're going up. Looks like Tero's going to follow himself then. 10 lifters in this competition.
Sometimes being the first lifter out on the platform can be a little bit nerve-wracking, but on the plus side, at least you know exactly how long you've got before your first attempt and in between your attempts, which simplifies your warm-up process. You know exactly how much time you've got. You don't have to guess if other lifters are going to miss their weights or increase what their nominated weight has been, so it makes it easier to plan that way.
So there's the first snatch. Look at the big wide grip out there as well. You were saying, Rob.
Yeah,
so
he's got long arms.
Long levers. So
yeah, absolutely.
Let's see how he makes the adjustment. He's going more. He's asking for 79 now, so it's buying him a little bit more time because, as Rob was saying, the other lifter's not on board yet. So young Rabua Atera here is just lifting him against himself at the moment. And by adding a couple of extra kilos, this gives him a little bit more time at the back here, sucking in some nice deep breaths, catching a little bit of this lovely Apia afternoon sunshine and a sweet breeze blowing through the doors here at Faleata.
Now what's a little bit of worry is that the clock has come down to 0.
It has.
So I don't know whether the coaches have lost track of the time or whether they made a change to the weight that hasn't gone through. But that
is a technical problem.
Yeah, when the clock comes down to 0, automatically the red lights would come on. So I see the marshal has gone to have a word with the jury. So obviously there's a word of explanation there as to what has occurred.
Okay, they've reset the clock to 1 minute.
Yep.
Interesting. I haven't seen that sort of intervention before, Rob.
Well, it's a good idea because if there's been some sort of miscommunication in the back, you have to give the athletes the
benefit.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's good. Buatera. What a debut in international competition for him at this level. Okay, let's watch this. Left side, yeah, just turning a little left again.
This time it was too much for him to try and correct, because not only had he lost his balance, but also his right arm has unlocked. So even if he had been able to control it after that, it would have been a no lift in the snatch. The bar must be elevated overhead in one clean movement, and a press out or an unlocking is regarded as two movements, and will get you red lights from the referees. So now the coaches are telling him you've got to be over the bar and finish the pull. So it's all about the position that he's in. They were in position to watch him from side on. They know what he needs to focus on. And he's ready to go. The snatch, I find you don't need too much rest in between. You're a young, fit athlete, and the 2 minutes or the 1 minute even that you get should be more than enough. And there's the danger also, if you take too much time between snatch attempts, you lose that rush of adrenaline and you lose focus. So he's out there, he's ready to go.
79, third attempt then. Nice correction as the strapping comes off his left knee. And he gets it. So that's a nice debut.
So he's followed his coach's advice, obviously. The coaches are happy. 3 white lights on the board. He fixed the bandage on his right leg, but he didn't on his left. No harm done.
The Sanayaka then from Sri Lanka now out for his first.
He's also competing as a junior. He's 18 years of age. Not quite yet 18. Will be in July.
That was pretty handy.
Another tall, slender lifter. As a junior, you would expect he'll build up into another 1 or 2 weight categories up from here, but for the time being, he's competing here, and I always found it hard to put on weight when you're around 17, 18, 19 years of age. So he's lifting at his natural body weight, executed well.
As you can see, the coaches just coming in and nominating lifts, having a look around the room.
Yes, making the allowed number of changes, signing off on it. That's been done for quite a while now, and that way we can avoid any arguments from coaches. I know I called for this weight at this time or whatever. It's all documented now, so it makes life easier for the marshals backstage and for the running of the competition.
Now here's Micah Sumo then from Palau, 16 years of age, so he's lifting in all 3 categories, the youth, the junior and the senior as well. And just to repeat that these are all medaling here as well, but we're looking at the overall Universal Cup competition. overcooks that 95 a little bit. And of course, we saw Patrice Blaine go round in earlier days in the competition as well from Palau. Yesterday.
Yesterday he led the B group with a 242 kilo total, which actually outlifted 3 of the competitors in the A group.
Yes, we saw that today reflected in some of the medals and awards that were going to the younger lifters. Sanayaka then comes out for his second attempt at 95.
This is a large increase on his first attempt.
Putting 5 on.
Oh, actually, it's quite reasonable. He did start on 90, so 5 kilograms is a traditional jump for men.
Well, as you can hear from the crowd,
he's got a lot of supporters there.
He does, and he'll be thrilled.
So Sumor is just 16 years of age. He's just turned 16 in March of this year.
He'll have that, and he'll have it happily as well. Yes, they're doing a little bit of work up in Palau as well. You know, we mentioned Blaine Patrice and his dad, Blaine's dad, doing a lot of work in development of weightlifting up in Palau. They got a real spur on up there as well when they hosted the mini games. And up in Micronesia, there's always been a sort of latent interest in weightlifting. It bubbles up from time to time.
Look, they certainly have the potential. I mean, for 16 years old, he's a very strong boy.
Sanayaka was going to come out, but looks like he's going higher. Looks like we're going triple digits now. Sanayaka wants that.
$100 kilograms. Every young lifter aims for the 100. It's one of the first targets that you've got in your sights, whether it's snatch or clean and jerk. You want those triple figures.
And then you chase the elusive 200, Mr. Cavaz.
The elusive 200. Yeah.
The ever-elusive 200.
The whale.
Huh? 100 kilos then. Sanayaka here of Sri Lanka. Nicely handled. Good lift.
He's happy with that. Maybe it's his first 100 snatch.
In competition, probably is.
Very well executed. He got the most out of himself there. Look at that bottom position. He's a tall, rangy boy, but look at that. He nearly sat on the platform, so he didn't have a centimetre to spare there with that, but he did well.
Here the Palauans then, setting their boy. So got the 95 at the second attempt. Here's the 100. Wow, settled nicely into his work.
Yes, yes. Must have been just first attempt jitters with that first miss. So, I mean, if you had 95 as your first attempt, you're obviously aiming to get at least 100 in the snatch. So he's done well to get that nicely.
Malifo. Who's coming up for Solomon Islands. And we've seen him around the traps a little bit. Picked up a couple of silver medals at the Oceania Youth and Junior Championships down in Melbourne. That was last year. And a couple of years earlier had done pretty well as well, lifting in the 61 kilo category. So he's beefed up a little bit since then.
He's still a young boy himself, 17 years of age.
Nice. So he's moved up from the 61 class where we saw him internationally. He's now, of course, up here in the 71. So making a transition. Lots of enthusiasm in the crowd tonight, I tell you what, and their boy, John Taffy, not even out there yet. He's limbering up out the back.
They're just warming up.
They are indeed. Malifo is coming up with 110. And there's Mary Lifo as well. So this is his aunt, who's keeping a bit of a watchful eye on him at the moment. It's amazing, actually, how this sport runs through families.
It does, because it's not a sport that you normally would go looking for. So it does run through families.
Okay, 110, second attempt. Crowd like it.
Having said that, I think in the Pacific region now the sport has reached such a level that young kids would start looking at weightlifting as a sport to take up because of the success that they're having.
I think if this continues much longer, Rob, we might just hang up the microphones and just put our feet up and enjoy the commentary from the audience. Okay, let's have a look then at Abu here from Tuvalu. Great to see him out here. We saw him at, you might recognize him, we saw him at the mini games in Palau where he picked up a couple of bronze medals, lifting in this category incidentally, the men's 71. But again, still very young, only 17 years of age, a junior, youth and senior entrant here today. That's a 115. Nice work by him. Well, I tell you what, we've got Loy just about to come out here. Kester Loy from Singapore with a 115. No, he's going to open up, but maybe they're going to go first back to the Solomon lifter. But I'm just wondering what Kester Loy is thinking about this noise in this auditorium and this stadium compared to the sanctified and sometimes rarefied atmosphere of some of the international tournaments that I've been to in Asia and other parts of the world, just to see this festivity and this enthusiasm and this emotion. It is just something to behold and to enjoy. It really is. It's fabulous.
And I think once the word spreads, there's going to be a lot more international weightlifters looking for competitions in this part of the world because of the support that they get and the exposure, which probably wouldn't be available in their homes.
Amel Lifa then, 115. Crowd all over it. So it looks like some of the schools have adopted some of their countries and they're in here. And that's an Oceania youth record as well. Just checking the record book, so that's great lifting by him. So already just double checking that was an Oceania youth record attempt there and success as well. So here comes Kester Loy then with 120. Just acknowledging the crowd there as well, mid-lift with 120 over his head. Well, I'm just trying to pick up where that record that the MC was talking about comes from, but can't quite see it myself. We might need confirmation on that, what the Solomon lifter did. $121 goes up. Wow, he's in good shape as well. That was a good lift by him.
No problem.
Saw him down at the Pacific Games in Honiara a couple of years ago. He must have been very young then. Bow there, Tuvalu, third attempt, 122. Been nice, a nice progression from him. Got a 115, 121, and now this 122, sitting it out. Might just see whether in fact he goes a little bit more.
Yeah, but they need to make that call pretty early on, otherwise they run out of time.
Going then from India now, beginning to make a little bit of a move. 3 lifters remaining after this, from Fiji, from Nauru and from Samoa. Gogoy gets things happening here from India, so he's got his 124 happening. Yet to see Moses of Nauru, yet to see Taffy of Samoa, and as we see now, Gunga come out from Fiji with a 125 opener from him. So the big boys starting to make a move now. No, Kesteloi from Singapore wants to make a little bit of a statement here before the big boys get cracking, so he's going to come out for a 125. This is big for him. Saw him at in India last year at the Commonwealth Championships where he did a 115. So this is a big improve on what he did over there. Yeah. His best total is a 257 again that he posted in India. But his best snatch back then last year was a 115. Here he's doing a 125 in Samoa, so it's bringing out the best of him. Second attempt.
Well, he looks the part, that's for sure. No.
Yeah, he's going big time. This is big stuff for him. So he's got one more to come. That was his second attempt. I saw him earlier on. When he came out and was introduced to the crowd, couldn't believe it.
He's got some fans here, that's for sure.
Yeah. So Tuvalu's best known weightlifter about to come out with his 125 now. And 17 years of age, lifting across all three categories, youth, junior and senior. And we saw him go around as a medalist in the 2025 mini games, carry the nation's entire medal haul at that stage. So he's used to competition, and his best snatch back then was a 125. So he's matching it here in Samoa. Ooh, not quite. So competition.
Yeah.
Okay, Leslie then out with 125, third attempt. As I said, this is a big improve on what we saw him do just last year. Went to Birmingham, finished 8th there. Oh, can't quite get it. I'm not happy. But as I said, that 120 will stand him in good stead as he goes through to the clean and jerk. That was his third attempt at 125.
Much closer than the one before. Just for a split second, it had it locked out, but just not there.
So Gogong then. He'll be out with a 128 second attempt. Yet to see the Fiji lifter, yet to see the Samoan and the Nauruan, the three big guns just waiting and biding their time out the back. 129 now. Gogoi going higher. And if you recognize the name Gogoi, you might have heard us referring in the women's competition a couple of times. And Gogoi in this part of the world, from Assam in India, is a pretty common surname, so consequently you're probably hearing us refer to him quite a lot.
Ooh, almost there.
Got a silver medal at the national championships in India 2 years ago. Competing in the youth, the junior and the senior competition as well. Okay, Nauruan's making a little bit of a move. India trying to get Gogoi happening here as well. He's got one more lift. It's the 129 that he wants. Just put that down. Picked up a gold medal in the youth competition in India at the Commonwealth Championships last year with a 155 clean and jerk. So we'll see him in the second stanza of this competition as well. So he's got some form and he's got some ability. Wow, that's nice. That's a good steady for him. So he'll take the 129 into the clean and jerk, and if he's up to form, he's probably better at clean and jerk than he is the snatch.
Well, he's down to start at 160 in the clean and jerk, so that would be a big start.
Yeah. Ezekiel Moses coming out now, so the first of the big guns beginning to make their move. Here he comes, the Nauruan. Had initially nominated a 135, comes in at 130, so Quincy, the Nauruan coach, just taking a little bit easy on him at first. Probably just wants to get him started and get him on a roll. See how he reacts to this first lift. He's up against the hometown favourite here in John Taffy, and also got the Fiji lifter breathing down his neck as well, Gaga. So here is the Nauruan. Got some form from the Pacific Mini Games in Palau. Got 135 as his best snatch. He was going to open at that, but decided to go the more conservative option here at 130 to start. So it's probably a good strategy, given that there's going to be a lot on in the clean and jerk, Rob.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that lift. So as you said, he probably went for safety first. Let's just get on the board and then snatch as much as we can, and then in the clean and jerk we'll have a look around and see where we're placed and what weights we need to choose.
Well, here's our first look at Pauaman Gaga, Pacific Games silver medalist from Mini Games Palau, with a 126 snatch back then. So here he is at 132, pushing the envelope, but that's Coach Henry Elder.
He's gone the other way. He was listed to start at 125 and he's gone to 132 for his first.
Yeah, Henry will push them very hard. Kaka. Seventh in the senior at the Commonwealth Championships last year in India. Oh. Big lift, 132 to get things rolling. So, as I said, I saw him do a 126 at the Mini Games in Palau, and that was just a year ago. Here he is opening at 132.
And it seemed okay. He had it locked there for a second, and then all of a sudden he's tilted back and the lift is gone. As we said, the snatch is an unforgiving lift. Just the slightest bit out of that straight line and you can easily lose it.
Pauama then just having a little bit of a think about that 132. Senior lifter now. Interesting, you know, his Commonwealth lifting result was a 271 total. He's entered here with a 280. That's in the space of a year. He's put on 9 kilos.
Often you'll find that in the run-up to a major event like the Commonwealth Games or Olympic Games, a lot of lifters are going to start making their moves. They make sacrifices in their employment or family life or whatever to try and train more often, train harder, and they will make those improvements.
Gaga then, Pauama Kaka coming out for his second attempt at this 132. It's a bit of an audacious, it's a bold move by his coach, asking him for a start at 132. Second attempt at it. The Nauruan already safely with the 130 in the bank. See what Fiji can do. Oh, it's good. That's good. So Henry Elder coming out to play as this man as well. Poama doing the job for him. And
Pressure's off. He's on the board now. Executed well.
And got 2 on the Nauruan. A lot of support in the crowd here as well, as you probably can hear in the effects microphone for Fiji. And now listen to this. If we're talking about moves, here is a move. We'll just let the crowd speak. Hang on. I'm not sure even whether they can hear themselves out there. He was called back.
The bar hadn't been loaded yet to the weight that he wanted.
I'm sure the loaders probably are having trouble even hearing what's happening. So for a second time, John Taffy comes out with 135. He's 136 in Honiara. Just one below that win for the gold there. Asking for quiet. I have never in my life heard such noise. Into the lead goes Samoa.
And we don't need to say anything, do we?
We won't have a voice at the end of this. Taffy gets him away to an absolute flyer at 135. Boy, he's in great shape. Look at that. Look at the definition in those arms. Pepe Jerry Ward got him in absolutely awesome form to deliver this. So for the moment he takes the lead. But he's got a very talented Nauruan and a Fiji lifter at him. And here's the Nauruan. Going to try and match him with a 135. Big moment for the boy from Micronesia. Equaling his best ever snatch at 135, so the competition is bringing the best out of him.
He's rising to the challenge.
He absolutely is. That's his best ever lift. He's ever equaled his 135.
And very neatly done. I mean, now as a coach, you think, well, that was really well done. Do you go another 5?
Well, interesting that you say that, because these two have battled for a long time, and with Poama in there as well from Fiji, and Henry Elder with his game face on. I tell you what, the Fijians could upset the card here as well if they do something special. Taffy's got to be in the box seat, but he's got some talented Pacific talent coming after him.
Yeah, I mean 140, it has to be a temptation for Moses.
Okay, well, this is the big throw of the dice then. Henry's gone for it. Henry Elder. He's put 137 on the bar here for Poama. Kaka. So this will give him the lead. Remember, he put that first 132 down, came back with it. Now he's put on 5. Okay, so that opens the door then. So once again it becomes this battle between Nauru and Samoa. Ezekiel Moses and John Taffy, all the way through their younger years, have battled. Just have a look at this for us, Rob.
very close, and you'd have to think he needs to go for a big snatch because of the top lifters. He's probably the least proficient in the clean and jerk, so he was trying to get amongst it in the snatch.
So Palama then goes through with his 132. 1 out of 3 lifts for him. Taffy putting the screws on now. He's going 140.
So it's obvious then that Moses is also going at least 140.
Well, according to my books, this is his PB in competition by 4 kilos. He's respecting the field here. He is respecting the field with a big 140, Taffy. Second lift. This is where he puts the hammer down. There's a lot at stake out there. The boys are feeling it. Both he and the Nauruan have lifted 135.
You know, it's great to have that local support behind you, but also conversely, it can put a lot of pressure on your shoulders because you have to live up to it.
Okay, so now we're talking about crunch lifts, and this is it for Nauru. We're just double checking here as well our junior records in snatch. Indeed it is. There's an Oceania snatch standard of 137. So this is an attempt on that standard. Sorry, that's a Pacific standard. Apologies. So
well, he's looked good so far. 2 very smooth attempts right in the slot. And as I said, after his second on 135, as a coach, you'd have to be tempted to give him a crack at 140.
Well, he's going for the 140. They must have been listening to you, Rob. He too throws it down the back.
Also very close.
Incredible stuff here. The red ink is beginning to mount in this tournament as well. We saw it earlier on in the women's. So 135, Moses goes into respite. Take us through it.
This was the right call. He had to go for 140, and he didn't do much wrong with it. As I said, the snatch, unforgiving. Anything just out of the groove and it's gone.
Comes the moment, comes the man, comes the lifter. 140 now, second attempt at it. This is where he attempts to put a bit of daylight between him and the field. He needs it. Asserts. That was the crunch lift. That was the big 140. He had to get it. He's done it. The expectation, the training, Samoa on his shoulders. It was a big lift, Rob.
It was a big lift. It was a big moment for the competition, for him personally, for the crowd. It was one of those things that you always remember. I was there when so-and-so did this, and the crowd went nuts.
And he's done what his coach wanted. He's got his 140, took 2 cracks at it. He's respecting the field here. He knows he's got a very talented Nauruan breathing down his neck. Team Samoa there in the crowd. There's a big boy with a baseball cap on his head who we're going to see on Friday night here. But I tell you what, Team Samoa got away to a flyer. John Taffy not letting them down. Big lifting by him. In fact, it's the biggest in competition I've seen him do by 4 kilos. Respecting the crowd, respecting the moment, respecting the competition. And now he's got a break, and now he makes a move.
Yep. Well, he's in the driver's seat. He can call the competition from now on. And also his nominated first attempt is 10 kilograms higher than the next person. So he can stick with that if that's his plan, and And as I said, he's been lifting some big weights in training, so he can still start with that 175 and really bury the opposition. Or now he's got the option. His coaches have the option. If they're not 100% happy with how he's warming up, they can afford to pull him back a little bit. And conversely, it puts the pressure on the other lifters. Will they consider starting heavier than they've nominated, just to put the pressure on him?
Indeed, the Nauruan team have got some decisions to make about what they're going to do about his cycle motors. Meantime, John Taffy here cruising seemingly in the men's 71. The crowd is absolutely rapturous. They want to bring home a big gold medal for Samoa here. We'll take a break, suck in a few deep breaths ourselves, and we'll come back for the all-important clean and jerk in this incredible IBFC Universal Cup. It's a competition in the men's 71. We'll be back in 5 with a whole lot more. Been absolutely uproarious, the response of the crowd to their hometown favourite, John Taffy. He's in a battle royale, has been, with Ezekiel Moses of Nauru. Robert Cabas is alongside me as we have a look at the leaderboard at the end of the snatch competition, Rob. And this Universal Cup, the IBFC Universal Cup, throwing up some fantastic competition.
It's a close competition, but as we mentioned before, during the snatch, Taffy has now established a good break from Moses of Nauru and Kaka of Fiji. They were all in the mix, but he made the vital attempt with 140. Moses was very close with his 140. He looked quite impressive with 130 and 135, and 140 was the absolute correct call for him, and it wasn't far off.
It's extremely difficult to hear what we're saying, but it's all absolutely pearls of wisdom coming out of the mouth of Mr. Rob Cabas. But we're having fun here in the men's 71. And certainly the scene is set for what we hope will be, for the local fans at least, the first gold medal of the IBFC Universal Cup here tonight. John Taffy in scintillating form. He looks absolutely magnificent. But there's a few lifts to go before there. And before we are done. So we're going to move on to the clean and jerk, with the noise just continuing this massive crescendo here. We've got 100 on the bar. For Atera here, Fiji.
I mean, we thought it was loud before, but this is just another level, isn't it?
Oh, just incredible. Never heard anything like it. It's amazing. So in between times we'll try and put in a few words, but bear with us everyone, because the noise in here is just, it's incredible. I'm sort of glad I've got earphones on, but boy. The enthusiasm for Taffy, the pressure on his shoulders with this expectation, but we'll get to that a little bit later. Here's Atera. Let's honour his contribution. Once again, strapping going awry, this time on his right knee, but the 100 is done, and he gets away with it.
I think they'll have to sort something out with his knee wraps, because during the snatch he had the same problem, but he had different knee wraps, so they've gone for something that they thought was a little bit more stable, but he's still not doing the job. The danger, of course, in the clean and jerk is you're doing the split, and if your bandages are unraveling and they get caught under your foot, then you could be in trouble. So he's got 2 minutes between his first and second attempt, because he's taking successive attempts. And by the looks of it, he'll need the full 2 minutes just to get his bandaging sorted out.
So I just wonder then how the other teams, particularly Fiji with Henry Elder in his pretty aggressive mood at the moment in terms of setting weights, and the Nauruans will handle Taffy in the battle for the clean and jerk. they're probably going to have to write off the total, would they not? Maybe have a crack at him at clean and jerk?
Well, unfortunately for them, the clean and jerk is John Taffy's strong lift.
Yep.
So, so I think they'll have to rethink that. I think probably what they'll be looking at is ensuring that they have the medal that they're entitled to. So I would think the Nauruans are looking at silver. So I'm guessing that they'll probably have to ensure they have that in their pocket and then see how Taffy is going in the clean and jerk. They maybe do a not conservative, but a reasonable first attempt, and then see what happens after that.
Intriguing, but yeah, they are really punching hard at the moment. Faleata then coming out for his second attempt at 105. Just all very quiet at the moment as we build up into this huge crescendo of sound that will slowly build throughout this clean and jerk competition. Very brave. But
it was a brave attempt. He's got very long legs, and he went right down to the bottom. His knees were almost shoulder height on him, so it makes it hard to get out of that clean. He did well to keep his elbows clear from his knees. Number one, it avoids injuries, and number two, it would be a reason to red light the lift if the elbows touch the knees. So on both counts, he did well there. But he didn't have much left for the jerk. Just looking at how this competition progresses, at the last Commonwealth Games, this weight category didn't exist. So we had a lighter one, which was 67 kilograms, and a heavier one, which was 73. So the athletes in those categories had to decide, if you're 67, are you going to eat up or go back down to 65 kilograms? And at 73, you're considering, well, do I eat up to the 77s or do I come down to the 71s? And it depends on what their natural body weight was. In either case, the winning total at 67 was 300 and the winning total at 73 was 313. So both, if John succeeds with his first attempt, John Taffy, it'll give him a 315 total. So he already is ahead of the gold medalists from the last Commonwealth Games. And even though that was 4 years ago, it's a good indication as to where we stand.
And not only that, of course, that's happening here in the Pacific.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, this is the depth of this part of the world now. I mean, look at what this Oceania area is doing, and look what it's done over the years. I mean, we've got a film crew going around here going to be making up a special movie for the IOC to tell the story of Oceania weightlifting,
yes,
to try and put leverage in the IOC and give everybody at the IWF a little bit more time and space in terms of the Olympic Games.
Yeah. Let us develop this region.
It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And down comes a 105, and that's the end of the competition for Mr. Etera from Fiji. Brave to the end, but unfortunately the Iron Sport takes away the 105 from him. It's capricious, it's mean-spirited at times. At others it's very generous, but the Iron Sport, it's why we love it so much. Faleata then comes out with 108 for Sri Lanka. Backing up after his 100 in the snatch.
So he's got a total on the board now. He's happy with that. And as we've mentioned a number of times throughout the telecast, the tall, slender...
Observing obviously the Sri Lankan team and the Indian team here, Rob. I mean, we've got Commonwealth Games Glasgow coming away. They're going to be a handful obviously in the lighter divisions. And we're in a sort of day 2 transition into the slightly middle and heavier weights now. And this is where the influence of those Indian lifters begins to recede.
Yes,
as
correct.
we see the more powerful powder weight ratios of more Pacific and Oceania lifters begin to assert themselves.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, the Indians have had, it's a huge country, so you've got all sorts of body types and weights and so on. But traditionally speaking, in weightlifting, yes, the Indians have excelled in the lighter weight categories, with the odd success here and there in the heavier weight categories.
So this is a big jump then by the Sri Lankan here. And Sri Lanka as well, good to see them represented out here in Oceania, travelling all this way to try and get experience obviously, and check out the competition ahead of Glasgow as well, I would suggest.
Yes, they've come with good numbers. Some lifters very raw like this one, others a little bit more established but still young, so certainly good for the future of the sport, and good to see it being obviously supported by their sports associations and government for them to be able to travel here. Well done, successful. The way he's nodding his head, it's like, yeah, well, I'm sort of happy with that, but no, I don't want a little bit more. So maybe 120 next. Nice round figures, 100, 120 would make a nice total. Come on, go 120. Yep, he's going 120. Well, at least 120.
So here's young Sumo here then from Palau, competing in the youth, junior and senior competition. And as we were saying earlier on, Petra's family up there have been a big influence in weightlifting and putting together a junior squad as well. And good to see them travelling. So 120.
He's also an impressive young boy, just 16 years old. 100, 120, good weights.
Yeah, well, he's obviously been mentored a little bit by Blaine Patras, who we saw break through to get on the podiums, of course. lifting in the men's 65s. So Palau hosting the mini games back in 2025, of course, a little bit of a boon to the sport, and a number of the medals, in fact most of the medals coming out of that competition for Palau in and around the weightlifting centre. So let's move the competition on then. We move back down to Sri Lanka.
Oh, 122. I thought 120 would be a good call, but obviously more confident, so 122.
So you're a Commonwealth weightlifting gold medalist, Rob?
Yes, 1978 in Edmonton, and 1982 in Brisbane. And then my last ever competition was the 86 Commonwealth Games, where I got silver behind David Morgan of Wales, who went on to become one of the best ever Commonwealth weightlifters.
Well, no mean feat. That was Edinburgh 86.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So that was a span of some years. How did you keep yourself going over those years, and what would be your advice to a young lifter aspiring to sort of chase that sort of glory and that sort of success?
I think we touched on it a little bit earlier when I said that the Samoan girl looked like she was loving the Nauruan girl looked like she was enjoying the competition, laughing and smiling and whatever. And I think that's a key to success. If you're enjoying what you're doing, then you're willing to work hard, and it doesn't become a chore or a job. So I think that's important. Find something that you enjoy, and even if you're not the best at it, we've often talent ID'd weightlifters, and often they're accompanied by their mates, and it's often their mates that hang around and the talented ones move on. And that's, as the old saying goes, hard work will beat talent when talent doesn't work hard.
Sumo here from Palau.
126 on the bar. Oh.
Thoughts here, not far off, but just not fast enough under the bar, was he? Just did not.
He didn't give it enough of a drive. He gave it just enough to get the bar moving. And often with inexperienced lifters, they often give just enough to get that lift, and then somewhere along the line, it's just not enough. You have to go 110% on every lift, and we used to do that even during the warm-ups. Every single attempt, doesn't matter whether it's 80% of your best or a personal best that you're trying.
And given your experience as well, Rob, I mean, we were looking earlier on at John Taffy and that big lift of his to put the hammer down on the rest of the field, that big 140. What is it like pulling off a lift like that, a pivotal lift in your career or in a competition? What's the feeling?
Look, the closest that I can relate to that was the 1982 games in Brisbane in Australia, where I was competing and did the gold medal lift in the clean and jerk, and it's just euphoria. I think is the closer you can get. You can hardly contain yourself. You want to jump, you want to yell, and at the end of the day, it's also something that you've worked hard for and you feel that you've earned.
So this young man is working very hard for his 126 third attempt here. Let's see whether he jumps for joy with euphoria after.
Oh, that was even closer.
Closer all the time. But again, it's a debut, major international competition for this young kid. He's only 16 years of age. Palau rebuilding its weightlifting, and once upon a time there was a little bit of a dynasty up there. And in Micronesia, of course, they have an interesting tradition, a good tradition, solid tradition as well. So see whether they can start building on that again. But
I'm sure it will give them inspiration and motivation for future competitions. I've always said that even even considering Olympic Games and Commonwealth Games, I think the most benefit and enjoyment I got out of a trip was a trip that Paul Coffer organised when I was 16 years old. It was a junior club team that travelled, and that was really the start of where weightlifting got its hooks in me. Then I was already interested in weightlifting, but then I was just in love with it after that, being exposed to international competition at such a young age.
Well, this is a good opener. A lift fall here from Solomon Islands. Best clean and jerk I've seen him do is a 128, and that was at the Oceanias last year. So he started off in really good form here. And with Mary Lifu and Jenny Winnie in his court, and of course his auntie is Mary Lifu. He's got some stout mentoring. There she is in that important battle last night in the women's 53s, if you're with us. That was Jenny Winnie there just seeing off the challenge of Dika Tu, had gone up into the women's 53, and for the first time ever in history of weightlifting, women's weightlifting in the Pacific, these two great matriarchs met in that division, and in the end, after a dual battle, it was Solomon Islands that came away with a 2-kilo margin. This lady here announcing as well, Rob, in the Commonwealth, in the Pacific Games back in Honiara a couple of years ago, that she wants to go on lifting for another year or two yet. So
look, at the end of the day,
why wouldn't you?
Exactly. As they say, you're a long time retired. So while you're competing well, while you're fit, and you're healthy, and you're enjoying it, get the most out of it.
Okay, so 135 up next for him. So that's a big jump. Like I said, best snatch I've seen him do was a 128 at the Oceanias for a 233 total. So this is big time stuff for Freeman. Wow, he's been working very hard.
Yeah.
He has been working very hard to pull these numbers out of competition.
There's a lot of potential there, 17-year-old boy.
Having a look, just hearing from the MC that just wondering whether that is a junior record. But yeah, he's been working very hard, as I said, well in advance of what he's ever done before in competition. This is huge for him.
That would be a youth record. He's that young.
Yeah, it would be a youth record. Just trying to confirm it. So Kester Loy of Singapore going to come out next at 140. Might just take that declaration of record on notice, I think. And we'll check that one. No, looks like Malefo from Solomons is going to go higher. In fact, he's going to go to 140 first before the Singaporean. So this is a massive, well, they're calling it an Oceania junior record.
Youth record for the total.
.140, massive improvement on what we've seen him do in competition in the past. Massive.
Good clean again.
Oh, wow.
Well done. Hold it. Did he put it down too early?
No,
he got it.
Given it to him.
Well done. And he's completed 6 out of 6 successful attempts.
That is just fabulous lifting. He has improved out of sight since we last saw him. That is incredible. Competing in the youth, junior and senior championships as well. Still only 17 years of age. Goodness gracious. Got a big future ahead of him. So here's this young lifter that all those years ago got trapped here on the island of Samoa and then came out and surprised us with some big lifts at the mini games in Saipan, Solomon Islands as well, and at the Oceanias with some great medal results there. Wow, nice.
Power check.
143 opener. Got the 150 and 121 for his 121 total in the snatch. Now the 143.
So he's confident in his jerks. He's not going into a squat for the jerk. He's not splitting. He's just power jerking. If you can do it, it's not bad because it saves you a lot of energy. You don't have to worry about recovering and so on, but you've got to be pretty good at it. That one looked comfortable, so...
Well, it should, because we have him at a 152 that he did at the Pacific Games for his 277 total that year. But got trapped here in Samoa during COVID, and that's where he got his association happening with the Samoans, and so they taught him a few tricks and brought him on and kicked on big time. 145 for Kester Loy of Singapore. He was going to start at 140, but he's come up. Must be getting a big buzz off the crowd here, I think, bringing the best out of him. We're yet to see the big boys move yet. Nauru, India, Fiji and Samoa yet to come out on the platform once Kester gets done here. Wow. Again, another lifter who's improving big time at the Commonwealth Championships in India last year. 143 was his best. Opens with a 145 here.
Yep.
The competition is bringing the best out in these guys, Rob.
Yep. He's not holding back though. He's not starting with conservative weights. He's going for it from the first attempt.
Yep, he's redlining it.
Yeah, so hopefully it works for him in the jerks in the snatch. It sort of did. I mean, 120 was still a good weight for him to snatch, so successful there. 125 he failed twice, and clean and jerks now he started on 145. I mean, Singapore hasn't got a huge history in weightlifting, but it's a proud one. And of course, they had a world record holder back in the 1960s. Tan Hao Liang won a gold medal at the Commonwealth Games. In 1962 and broke the world record in the clean and jerk, and he also won a silver medal at the 1960 Olympic Games.
Well, this guy is a personal trainer as well, so it probably comes second nature to him. He's studying for a Bachelor of Science at the same time, so you know, sort of it's part of his student life, I guess. A little bit of training here and there.
Also, while still on Singapore, they were one of the first countries ever to run women's weightlifting championships of Singapore back in the 50s. I'm just interested in this lady here with the mobile phone and the big biceps. I wonder if she's part of his coaching advice team or whether she's just there covering the event.
Have to ask broadcast protocol. So the man that got stranded in Samoa and went on to knock over a couple of medals at the mini games in Saipan, Solomons as well, and Oceanias as well, ended up with a couple of bronze medals after his sojourn to this part of the world. More conventional this time. 150. The crowd like the Chinese moves. That hurt him a little bit.
I'm not sure he really wanted to go into that full squat position.
Yeah.
He's definitely getting advice there.
To come up, I don't know, it just seems like a lot of energy to me to come up and then get back down into that squat position. I understand this sort of the sign. Like that. Anyway, if it works for you, then do it. Why not?
Yeah.
Well, at the mini games, of course, with his 52. What's the agenda?
Well, he needs 272 to get ahead of Robu.
Well, this will do it if he gets it, but boy,
he's 1 kilo behind in 1 kilo behind in the snatch, so he needs to lift 2 kilos more in the clean and jerk.
Whoa, don't like the look of that.
No.
8th at the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. Do not like the look of that because he's really punching the envelope here.
The clean was all right, but you could see his knee, his left knee come in as he was recovering from that clean, and it's collapsed there again.
Well, I mean, you know, this is 10 kilos bigger than what we've seen him do in competition. I mean, big ask. Okay. Robu then with his final lift. Pondering that as Kester Loy considers his options as well.
I mean, to be honest, after seeing that attempt on 152, he really has no options there. He must take that 152 again. I don't think that's a smart move.
Okay, Tuvalu going to try and flush him out then. Get him back out there on the platform, test out that knee and the... No, Singapore going higher.
Yes, that's why that was my
comment.
My call, yeah. I think 152 is the right weight for him. He doesn't look 100%. Do your 152, get ahead of the other guy, and put the pressure on him to try and move ahead of you. It's always a balance or a challenge. Do you take the weight that I think I need, or the weight that I think I can get? No point taking the weight that you need when you know that you're not going to succeed.
So 153. This is his best clean and jerk. Yeah, too big for him today. So has to be content with the 150 for a 271 total.
Yeah. So I don't know whether Loy has run out of changes, whether he called 155 because he thought that's what he would need if Robu succeeded with 153, and he may have jumped the gun. I don't know, but it's certainly more than he needs to get ahead of him.
Well, he's gone 155, Kester Loy. That's pretty audacious. Okay, so now the big boy is just beginning to make a little bit of a move. Gogoy here with 155. Just asserting a little bit of India magic out there on the platform, pointing to the national emblem on his tunic. Well, Kesteloi might have done a 155 in training. He's never done it before in competition. And this will be a massive lift if he gets it.
It would be, yeah.
This will be huge.
Good luck to him. I mean, first of all, we hope that he doesn't injure himself. And if he's strong enough to succeed, good on him. But I think it was the wrong call.
That looks good. But now the start. Brave.
You could see it once he recovered from that clean. He was already putting all his weight on his right leg. You could see he wasn't putting any weight
So a
on his
265.
left leg.
Yep.
His
So
left leg is
265.
trailing. Yeah. No. I think it was the wrong call.
Okay, so now Fiji in this interesting three-way tussle. Coming out of third place at the end of the snatch with a pretty audacious attempt at a 137, would have put him a little bit closer. But he's working a deficit here as young Poama. That looks good. Crowd like it. So the big boys beginning to make a little bit of a move. Gogoi has made his. And there's a reply from Fiji at 160. So Gogoi's going to come out and try and cover this now. Nauru yet to lift. Samoa yet to lift.
I think maybe Gogoi will wait a little bit longer before he makes his final move. This is just to keep going. This won't get him past Poama, but it'll keep him moving. Also, his first one wasn't overly impressive, I have to say. So.
Looking around, and it's unfortunately 3 red lights, no lift.
I think he anticipated the down signal, and when it didn't come straight away, he lost his balance, and then he had to try and struggle to find it again, and it was just too much for him.
And I think he might have been looking at the edge of that platform as well.
Yeah, yeah. And when you've got your head down, it's hard to stop the bar from going backwards.
So we're going to see Gogoi come out at 161 because I've got a feeling that the Fijians are going to push the envelope a little bit.
I think the task now has become too big for Gogoi to try and catch.
Well, he must be thinking about it.
They're definitely thinking about it.
So Poama's going to come out with his 163. And I think he's getting into territory where he has never been before. I mean, we saw him do a 150 at the mini games. 163 in the space of a year. Again, just massive improvements. Yet to lift Nauru. Yet to lift Samoa.
Well, the clock is running down, so I'm wondering whether he will come out for 163 after all. They may be waiting to make a change. So you would hope that a change has gone through already, because otherwise it's too late to make the change and the clock is running down. So
And this is
there's been a lack of communication somewhere along the line.
And this is not the first time.
Yep.
Okay. Gogoy making the move here.
So 164 would put him ahead of Kaka.
Not to be, so it's a 155 is his best for 284 total. So Fiji nudging India back down the listings and down the standings. Moses yet to come, Nauru. Taffy, Samoa yet to come, Samoa. Okay. Sorry, Rob.
No, that's okay. I was just going to say that Moses is actually coming out for that 165.
He is. So here's the move of the Nauruans then.
As we said, I think the first attempt will be to lock up that silver medal and then have a look at what's needed.
I'm just trying to see where the Fiji lifter is going, Poama.
Well, if he's going to 165, which would be a normal jump.
And that's his second lift.
Yeah.
So he'll go 165. He'll watch this with great interest. 165 Nauru. He's been nice, hasn't he? Ezekiel Moses. Good lifting today. Two nice snatches at 130, 135. Just missed the 140, but here's the 165. Settling things down, giving him a running total of 300 now. Nominally moving ahead of Fiji. So Palmer with two lifts to come for Fiji as well. So too the Nauruan. Taffy not yet out here. He's got three to come. So it's decision time for Fiji, whether they make something.
I think they're testing the water with this one here, this 165.
Lock, and then maybe go hard out with the third if there's something on offer. So he's going to have to follow himself or do something pretty audacious.
Yeah, well, he's got two choices: to come back and repeat it at 165, which would seem to be the way to go. Try and go for as high a total as you can with 165. Or the only other option is to go for 169, which would put him ahead of Moses. But Moses would then still have two more attempts after that, and there's no guarantee that he's going to get 169.
Yeah, we can see that Moses already thinking about a 170 as well.
Yeah.
And Taffy looking for a 175 opener, the two lifters above him. So yeah, play it safe here, Fiji, or go the big gamble. Been a long day. Time to make a decision. Henry'd like to send him out there with something pretty special, but
you have to be realistic, and as a coach, that's what you need to do.
Yeah, remembering he got only the 1 out of 3 in the snatch with a 132, and he's only got the one clean and jerk at 160 at the moment. Do you go wild or do you play it safe?
Yeah. I think the snatch were all the right calls because he's the better snatcher than the clean and jerk, and he needed the big numbers on the board in the snatch. But the clean and jerk, you have to be a little bit more realistic. Don't risk injury. Go for as high a total as you can on the day, which is what they're doing. Good call.
165 then. See if he can get this away. Again, this is big PB stuff for him. Big PB stuff. Well, it was a brave tournament, but it's come to an end with a 165 clattering down onto the platform behind him. So now the two big boys get to work. So the Nauruan's going to come at John Taffy with a 170. Just watch Poama here just trying to hold on to this.
Well, Moses has made his move. 10 kilo jump.
Big moves afoot. The Nauruans are going wild. They know they've got their silver medal. Why not go wild? So they're going hard out. Here comes Taffy to assert himself, and theoretically with this lift gives Samoa its first gold in the IBFC Universal Cup. India have been dominant in the lighter categories, and now it's time for Team Samoa to start asserting itself in these middle and heavier weights. And this man is at the vanguard of that effort. John Taffy coming out here.
He's actually asked for 171.
So it's a 171.
So a little bit more conservative.
He's looking at the, and he gets a 2-1. Incredible 171. Brilliant stuff by Taffy. It's a new Oceania record as well, by the way. He's just broken his old mark of 169. So that's a new Oceania record. Wonderful lifting by Taffy. 171 Oceania record. And theoretically, that could be a gold medal unless the Nauruan can do something absolutely spectacular. I tell you what,
and he's looking for something spectacular.
They had him hanging there for ages, though. I mean,
they did, because while he seemed to have the bar in control, his feet weren't in line. So he had to have his feet in line before he got the bouncer.
Okay, so this is something spectacular here from the Nauruan. This could spoil the party if he gets this. And he's going to break an Oceania record as well if he goes through and gets it.
This is big. This would be a huge lift if he's able to do this.
Amazing. So they've had this massive battle, these two lifters, over the years, and it's rejoined here on Taffy's home soil. And this boy been to the Commonwealth Games, mini games, but Taffy's always just shaded him just slightly. Is this the place where he breaks out? 177. An attempt on the Oceania record just set by Taffy. That's a prodigious weight. That is a huge amount of weight. And perhaps being able to do that in training is one thing. Being able to bring it out here on a platform under competition circumstances, Rob.
The one thing that can be said is that his technique didn't break down. He did everything right that he could with a heavy weight in that clean and jerk. Just that little bit heavy, he couldn't get out of that bottom position. But his pull was what you would expect on a maximum clean and jerk. He didn't panic, he didn't rush the pull, he didn't lose position. So he gave it a really good shot.
So Pepper, Jerry Warwick there, Kelly Upolu. Upolu is getting to work on John Taffy.
And of course you would think if Moses did everything right in that pull and still couldn't get out of that clean, there's nothing for you to fix to be able to do it. So we'll see. Maybe he'll just get a little bit of a better bounce and be able to get out of that clean.
Well, the best clean and jerk I'd seen him do before now was down at the Australian Championships in 25, but that big 171 was the new record, and he's in pretty fair nick in front of his home crowd. So this is the lift of lifts then. This is the moment that if this boy is going to break the shackles, this is the day to do it. And boy, stick to the process, stick to the science, bring the Micronesian power and Nauruan power to the platform. 177. Never.
As I said, he didn't do anything wrong with his last lift. It was just a little bit too heavy. So let's see if he can pull something special out this time.
He surrenders. 177 tonight, too much. But Nauru know what they've got to do if they want to come out after Taffy, and they won't shy away from the battle in future events, I am sure.
So you can see how important that 140 third attempt snatch was for him that he missed. It just put the goal just out of his reach.
Well, here is another audacious lift at 180 kilograms. This is a Commonwealth record. This is a Commonwealth record attempt. Just trying to get confirmation. Narrowed Ryan, the Indian, did this 175 back in Norway last year at 180. This is the Commonwealth record attempt. letting the crowd tell you the story. Because I tell you what, it was dangerously close to being a Commonwealth record. How'd you see it, Rob?
Very, very, very close indeed. You called it right.
That was dangerously close to a Commonwealth record. So we're just looking at the record books here. And as I was saying, the Commonwealth record...
I think just to get his arms locked out, he had to drop in too low a position in his split. So what he's got to try and do is drive it as high as possible, and so it doesn't force him down into that low split position. Easier said than done.
Incredible at that weight. But yeah, the Commonwealth record stands at 175. Set by Narayana from India in Norway last year. The Oceania record is long gone. And this is a big margin. He's having a crack at this record, and he's going to put 5 kilos on the Commonwealth record. If he gets this, dangerously close with his second attempt. One more time. Already secured Samoa's first gold here at the IBFC Universal Cup. Now the Commonwealth record. 180 on the bar.
I think his right arm may have been a little bit constricted as well. If you had a look at the bar, it was on a really acute angle across his chest, dipping to the one side.
Well, an Oceania record will do him tonight, but I tell you what, come Commonwealth Games time, that 180, I reckon the way he's improving is under severe threat. Brilliant lifting by Samoa. They've well and truly got their first gold medal here.
Have a look at how the bar is tipping to his right.
Ruefully looks down at his right arm, but the big 180 eludes him for the moment. Great lifting by Samoa onto the gold medal tally in the IBFC Universal Cup here in Apia. What a way to bring down the curtain on a wonderful day of lifting, Rob.
Well, we looked forward to this session and it didn't disappoint.
But again, look at the amount of red up here. So Nauru in second place with that 300 total. And John Taffy with the 311. And
Fiji in third with 292.
292 is Fiji. What a night. What a great couple of days of competition we had. And now, as we were saying, the transition from the lighter weights into the middle weights and the bigger weights. And this is where we're going to see more of this team from Samoa and more of our Pacific lifters as well.
Yes, correct.
Rob Cabas, before we wrap it up for the night, any closing thoughts?
Well, I think as I said before, we looked forward to this this particular session, and it didn't disappoint in many ways. We had big weights lifted. We had the crowd participation that we anticipated at noise levels unheard of at a weightlifting competition. And we just got a sneak look at what we can expect at the Commonwealth Games later on in the year.
Indeed. So before we wrap up, perhaps a word, thank our sponsors, IBFC, the finance company, of course, naming rights sponsor, Vodafone, NBS Samoa, Samoa Tourism Authority, what a destination Samoa is. Vaima Brewers, of course, and the Samoa National Olympic Committee doing so much hard work behind the scenes to make this extraordinary event possible. We thank you all, and we thank you very much indeed for being with us here today, day 2 of the IBFC Universal Cup here in Apia, Samoa. We will be back on the air again tomorrow, another huge day of competition. It's a very big day. In fact, it's the biggest day of the week so far. We've got the men's 79B categories, onto the women's 63s, then the men's 79s. That starts at 1:30. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we move on to the women's 69s, and then the 88 men's at 6:30 tomorrow evening. Going to be a huge day. How can it get bigger than this? We'll have to reflect on that, suck in a few deep breaths, and so for the second time in as many days, it's time to wish you all a very good night here from the IBFC Universal Cup in Samoa. Thanks for being with us, Rod Cabas. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Until we meet again very early tomorrow morning, on behalf of all of us here, it's a very good evening from Apia. Out of that catch position. The women are world class. Nice work.
Natural Samoa water, the taste of nature.
Unwind your busy day with a cup of royalty. Royalty. Complete satisfaction with every sip.
Medals for this session of competition will be presented by the Honourable Minister for the Ministry of Health, Mr. Ma'ao Alafopo. He will be accompanied by Tuapopo Jerry Walrock, the President of the Samoa National Olympic Committee. Also, the silver medalist representing Nauru, Ezekiel Moses. The gold medalist representing Samoa, John Tuffy. Thank you, lifters. Medals for the men's 71 kilogram clean and jerk for the Universal Weightlifting Cup. The bronze medalist representing Fiji, Tuanaimato. The silver medalist representing Nauru, Ezekiel Moses. And the Universal Cup clean and jerk gold medalist representing Samoa, John Taffy. Thank you, lifters. Medalists for the Universal Weightlifting Cup total. The bronze medalist representing Fiji, Tuanaimato. The silver medalist representing Nauru, Ezekiel Moses. The gold medalist and Universal Weightlifting Cup champion representing Samoa, John Taffy. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please stand for the national anthem of Samoa?
Samoa tulai masisi alau fua lo palelea. Samoa tulai masisi alau fua lo palelea. Vai ina fetu holo uangi angi ai hole fai longa lea o Yesu na ole atua lo tawhawai, holo Samoa tulai wangi angi alafu a lo palele.
The medal ceremony for the Oceania Championships. The bronze medalist, representing Fiji, Tuanaimato. The silver medalist, representing Nauru, Ezekiel Moses. The gold medalist and Oceania champion with a complete rewrite of the Oceania senior records, representing Samoa, John Taffy. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please stand for the national anthem of Samoa?
Samoa tulai masisi alafu a lo palelea. Samoa tulai masisi alafu a lo palelea. Vai na fetu olo uangi angi ai ole fa ai longa lea o Yesu na maliu no Samoa hoi Samoa e umau lau pule ia fa ababau. Maua e te fefe o le atua lo tawhawai, holo tasa olo toma. Samoa tulai uangi angi alafu a lo palele.
Medalists for the Oceania Junior Championships. The bronze medalist representing Fiji, Rabua Atira. The silver medalist representing Palau, Mika Sumo. The gold medalist and Oceania Junior Champion representing the Solomon Islands, Freeman Omalefu. Thank you, lifters. Medal presentation for the Oceania Youth Championships. The silver medalist representing Palau, Mika Sumo. The gold medalist and Oceania Youth Champion representing the Solomon Islands, Freeman Omalefu. Thank you, lifters. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please make welcome the medalists for the Commonwealth Junior and Youth Championships as they make their way to the competition platform. The Commonwealth Junior Championships bronze medalist representing Sri Lanka, Dilma Dasanayaka. The silver medalist representing the Solomon Islands, Freeman Omalefu. The gold medalist and Commonwealth Junior Champion representing India, Abhinav Gogoi. Thank you, lifters. The medal presentation for the Commonwealth Youth Championships. The silver medalist representing the Solomon Islands, Freeman Omalefu. The gold medalist and Commonwealth Youth Champion representing India, Abhinav Gogoi. Thank you very much, lifters. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the formalities for the men's 71 kilogram category. We look forward to your company again tomorrow for some more exciting lifting for the Universal Weightlifting Cup. Thank you.
Have that. Nicely handled. Good lift. Yeah, it's wonderful coming out of the stadium. But I think there's a couple of runs. Cracks at it. He's respecting the field here. He knows he's got to. Wow, that's fine. Well, when they see their boy John Tapper get to work in the net 71. But alright, that was a quite slip. That was a big one, Gordon. A lot quicker out of that catch position